So, jetzt die letzten 3 Trophäen. Was brauche ich noch? Speedtraps, ne? Speedtest und Long Jump, oder? Ja. Das hier ist Speedrun, ne? Das ist Speedtrap. Speedrun ist was anderes. Was ist Speedrun? Das hier? Ja. Dann mach ich hier die beiden erstmal.
that car is street legal. In the area doing something they shouldn't be doing.
Junge, wo ist der Scheiß?
Got ourselves a racer out here.
Boah, wo zur Hölle ist das? Wo? Wo?
Look at this asshole.
Nein! Du Scheißspiel! Ich will nicht driften! Fuck das ab. Das Spiel fuckt mich jetzt schon ab. Wirklich, ich hab gar keinen Bock, Bella. Was ist diese Scheiße, Junge? Ich hab gar keinen Bock drauf. Diese ganze scheiß Collectibles und wer weiß was noch alles, ey. Junge, Junge. Auch wenn er jetzt wieder anfängt zu dürften, ich fick seine Mutter, Digga, ohne Scheiße. Ich nehme schon mein anderes Auto, Digga. Das ist ab. doch dieses Spiel, Junge. Junge, was ist diese schwule Scheiße, Junge? Was fuckt das ab, Alter?
2440 in our vicinity.
Alter. Deine Mutter, Klabina nur Bits und so, eine Bisch für dich, Klabina Movita, Klabina Mobilen so. Fuck der mich ab. Fuck der mich ab. Peakspiel! Alter, diese. Keine Worte, Junge, keine Worte.
sure I've seen that car before.
Okay, okay, du Opfer, Alter.
Got ourselves a racer out here.
Hä? Bin ich blind?
2440 on our sights.
Wow, hier ist nix. Da ist literally nix. Junge, was? Fick deine Mutter mit deinem scheiß Ford, Alter. Boah, wo zur Hölle ist das nochmal? Vielleicht lege Link ab.
Dispatch, we got ourselves a racer here.
Dispatch, fick doch deine Mutter, du Hurensohn.
Eyes on a racer here.
Hä? Digga, was ist denn das für ein unsinniger Jump, Digga? Tot, Digga, ganz ehrlich tot.
Sure, I've seen that car before.
Tot, tot, Junge, tot. Oh, Junge. Ganz ehrlich, tot.
Tripp's got fancy wheels. A Lamborghini. Oh, you did not just hit my car! 2440 is out of sight.
Oh mein Gott!
Rivet Parkland, that's where we lost the perp.
Search everywhere. Lost visual on the driver. Calling it.
Junge, tot, Alter, tot, wirklich tot. Ja, bitte noch bisschen so. Fick den Kuntasch! Fick den Kuntasch! Ich schwör jetzt mein Aventado, Digga. Ich scheiß auf diesen Kuntasch, Alter. Drecksteil, was das ist, Alter. Jetzt noch anfängt zu dürfen, ne, da. Wirklich, dann nehme ich den Aventado, Digga. Gott. Ich krieg so Hasskick, Junge. Ich krieg so Hasskick, Junge. Ich krieg so Hasskick, Junge. Ich hasse dieses Spiel. Fuck das. Fick doch deine Mutter, du kleiner Hurensohn, Alter. Ich hasse es, ich hasse es, ich hasse es. Ja, du Bulle, dafür wirst du jetzt sterben. Yeah. Ah ja, du willst auch Stress, komm her, Klabina, nur bitte, Sohn. Ich fick deine Mutter, du.
What is the street racer up to out there? Bad news, Control. We can't continue the chase. Both got away. Calling off the pursuit.
Oh, Junge, ich fick diese Scheiße so sehr. Ich hasse es. Wer macht so eine schwule Scheiße denn? Was?
Got eyes on that red flag driver.
Dich.
Dispatch, we got eyes on that racer you red flagged.
Calling all units. Think we got a visual on a 2440.
Public enemy number 1 in our sights, dispatch.
Eyes on that driver.
Digga, so ein Scheißdreck, ne? Wirklich, diese ganzen scheiß Herausforderungen, gell? Das fuckt so ab, Alter. Junge, okay, ich habe komplett Grip-Tuning gemacht und trotzdem dürfte der Hurensohn. Das ist crazy. Ja, Mann, was fuckt denn dieses Spiel so ab? Digga, warum sind hier so viele Longjumps, Alter? Ich kann doch nicht der Einzige sein, der bei Longjumps überhaupt keinen Spaß dran hat. Junge. Ich hasse es doch, wenn sowas passiert, ey. Hätten ja das hier nehmen können. Junge, wo soll denn hier ein Longjump sein? Och, Digga, wo zur Hölle soll das sein?
440 in our vicinity.
Eyes on a racer here. perp in a Lambo, dispatch.
First ones to take it to the next level. They just hit us.
All units, the perp we're after was last seen on Kennedy Drive.
2440, is that safe?
Suspect lost on Kennedy Drive.
Suspect got away. Call her off.
Ich hoffe so sehr, dass ich nicht diese scheiß Hotlap-Dinger machen muss. Ne? Ja, wenn ja, dann Krise, ich schwör's euch. Bei den Hotlap-Dingern nicht anfällt. Wie zur Hölle kommen wir jetzt da hoch? Diese Scheiße hier gebaut. Dieses Spiel, ne? Junge, wie so. Alter, ich hasse dieses Spiel manchmal, ne? Die Akkulaufzeit von diesen scheiß PS5-Controllern, ey, Junge. Ey, Junge, wie komme ich denn jetzt schon wieder hier raus, Alter? Ich hasse es, ich will das nicht noch einmal machen. Ohne Scheiß, was soll diese schwule Scheiße, ey? Long Jumps, Alter. Viel zu viele. 500 Millionen Stück machen die. An jeder Ecke 3 Stück, Alter. Hat doch kein Mensch Bock drauf. Was ist denn falsch mit diesem Ding, ey?
Jackass is in a Lamborghini.
Oh,
They hit us!
Ist dein Ernst, oder?
Patrol here. We are ready to take this punk down.
Ja, dann nimm mich fest, Alter! Juckt mich doch eh
Shit
nicht!
out of luck, creep.
Alter! Pussies!
our sights.
Oh mein Gott, ey, Junge.
Calling all cars. I think we got ourselves a 2440 in our sights.
Racer here, dispatch.
Ey Junge, was soll denn das? Das kann mir doch nicht ernst nehmen.
Got eyes on that driver.
Digga, ich fick doch diese Felsen, Junge.
Got ourselves a racer out here.
Dispatch, we got ourselves a racer here.
Ja, ich komme jetzt. Ich wusste nicht, dass es fertig ist. Warum ist das C6? So.
seen that car before. Dispatch, we got eyes on that racer you red flagged.
Autoeinheiten mit Wärmecontrol in 2 Schritten deiner Haus.
This abandoned 335i for $1,600.
This is an absolute street racing legend. When I say this car right here has smoked Hellcat Red Eyes, V10 Audi R8. That's not me pulling something out of my rear end. That is something that you will see very soon later in this video.
Now, it may not look like it with the broken bumpers and the crappy fenders, but this thing is an absolute street ripper.
Now, in its current shape, it doesn't run. And it's got plenty of problems, but nothing we can't fix.
When we bought it, luckily, the guy was not too far away, and we towed it home with a tow strap. Currently, we don't know if this motor is trash. We don't know if the transmission is trash. We don't know anything about it, but we do know it has some goodies under the hood.
right now, we just took a massive gamble on a $1,600 BMW, and it could be a massive waste of money, it could be a massive waste of time, but in the off chance that we can actually figure it out, we are looking at something that is faster than any car that we've ever purchased in our entire life, something that can smoke supercars. I mean, this is the epitome of a supercar slayer, and for $1,600, I mean, it's the best deal in the world.
Now, we know from surface level, this thing is a pile of junk. I mean, the bumper's barely being held on right now.
It's a bit rough.
Later in this video, we're gonna get under this hood, and let me just tell you, there's some goodies. There's a reason why this thing's fast.
We're talking big turbos, baby.
Now, we don't know much, but we do know this thing has upgraded turbos. So, I say we open the hood, figure out what it has. Okay. Ooh, hood struts work. That's a good thing. This is a BMW N54 engine. It is a 3-liter inline 6, and this one came with twin turbos, but this specific car has upgraded turbos. We're talking 19T big shiny turbo boys.
And on top of the Wolfman war whistles, it's got all the amazing supporting mods, the charge pipes, the upgraded intercooler, the air intakes, but you know, that's how it goes. We got the upgraded blow-off valve. I'm sure this thing sounds amazing. Now, we took a massive gamble on this $1,600 BMW, and you know what they say, there's nothing more expensive than a cheap German car.
Our goal is to bring this thing back from the dead and actually get it back up to how fast it once was. Before we dive deep into this thing, let's figure out why this car was $1,600.
Okay, first thing we notice, it's got an M3 bumper, a lot of Bondo on it. It's kind of falling apart right now. This looks to me like a real M3 front fender, which is actually really nice. Look how wide it is on this side. Now, if you go to the other side, it looks like just a normal unpainted fender. It's not nearly as wide. So that kind of throws it off a little bit. It would be cool to get the wider M3 fender on the other side. But either way, it's got to get painted. So believe it or not, this car actually has a clean title, but I don't know if it's been in any accidents, if someone just threw a junkyard fender on it, who knows. We got some 328i wheels. These are butt ugly. They got to be changed ASAP. We got some carbon fiber mirror caps. On a closer look, a little bit more like Cabron fiber right here. This is just printed. This is, you know, the cheap stuff. Okay, if we take a look at the interior, this one was optioned with red. Nope, I'm kidding. Someone took a paint roller with red paint and painted these seats. You can even see drip marks on them, which is kind of crazy. They didn't do that good of a job, but I do like red interior. So we also got a kill switch right here, which is pretty cool. Race car stuff. A lot of carbon fiber trim back there.
Guys, something scary just caught my eye. If you look down inside here, it looks like the bumper is being held on by a freaking shoelace. I mean, you know, I do a lot of jank things to put cars together. I would never even seen that before in my life. It looks like it's holding the inner fender to the core support. That's just crazy. Okay, let's move on to the rear end of the car. Now, this thing, just by a quick glance, this is not stock. This is fiberglass, weight savings, baby. This thing has a ducktail spoiler completely built in, and it's already been paint matched, so that's a pretty cool mod. Now, let's check the junk in the trunk. And unfortunately, the battery is completely dead, so we're gonna be using the manual key to open this thing. There we go. And look at that, the struts are good and everything, and unfortunately, there's nothing cool in here. It's just boring stuff, but battery's completely dead, which makes me wonder why there's a battery here. There's also a battery in there. I don't know. So I guess the next thing would be, let's start testing out the voltage and see if we get this thing started.
Quick reminder, guys, if you want to help support the channel so we can buy more cool cars like this, we'll get some merch. Backseat Boys shirts, backseatboys.com.
Go support the channel.
Okay, we got the key. Put it in this little key slot. We're in park, foot on brake. Go to start, and absolutely nothing. So I'm pretty sure this battery is dead. We can get a new battery and see what happens.
The lights aren't even coming on?
No, nothing. No lights, nothing. This battery is completely dead.
Okay, before we go any further, I want to see how much juice is coming out of that battery. I got a multimeter right here. With there being 2 batteries in the trunk, I think it's pretty obvious that that is where our problem is going to start. So I guess we got to figure out if these batteries are any good or any worth saving at this point. So we're in here. First of all, just by looking at this battery, this is a pretty short battery. I'm going to go ahead and say this is probably not even enough volt breaking amps for a car like this. Beamers have the really long, big batteries. But just for fun, let's just check voltage. Okay, this is a secondary battery that was just in the trunk, which, yeah, only has 5.5 volts. And then here is the main battery.
What do we got?
Okay, so we checked the main battery that's hooked to the car right now. What did that read?
1.47.
1.47. Yeah, you can't even, guys, you can't even bring this battery back from the dead. At 1.47 volts, this thing is basically as good as garbage. So before we do anything, let's rip this thing out, go get a new battery. Okay, real quick, before we get that battery, I do want to try to jump it to see if we can, do I even hear a starter? Do I see lights turn up on the dash? Just remember, when you do have a completely dead battery, you're not supposed to jump it and let the alternator recharge it because it will cook the alternator. It's not made for that. So I do not plan on running it. I just want to see if we can get some noises to happen. There's a jump point right here. And a jump point right there. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this on. We'll go in the car and see if it works. Okay, here we go. I'm getting nothing.
The button's not working? You're pressing the button?
I'm pressing the button.
Your foot on the brake?
My foot's on the brake.
Any lights?
No lights whatsoever. I mean, the jump pack's completely charged. Like, I know for a fact that jump pack works all the time. So for it to get nothing kind of scares me. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, yeah. I hate wiring, dude.
Well,
yeah, I mean, literally, like, nothing.
Let's put a new battery in, see what happens.
Yeah, let's go pick up a battery. Hey, guys, just got back from the store. Heavy-ass battery. Let's put this in, and hopefully, I mean, if this doesn't do anything, then we might be really fucked. I just noticed something. Do you see this harness right here?
Mm-hmm.
This harness is not factory. This is some sort of loom. I just don't know enough about these motors. I'm not sure. Here, let me take the battery out. Let's open up. I want to see where these wires go. Maybe there's a short happening. I mean, I don't really know.
Nice.
Got it.
There's break everything in the
Dude,
process.
look at all this. Oh, that's not good. It's an extra negative terminal. Oh, what is that? It's like a crush washer for an oil change. Oh boy. And then, yeah, so this is a relay. So there's definitely, I don't know if like anti-lag or what this is.
Maybe it's a fuel pump?
Maybe it's for the fuel pump. That actually makes a lot of sense. The fuel pump, guys, in these cars is located under the rear seat. So that could totally be the case. We're gonna have to check back on that. I don't know what that is.
Put the battery in so we can see that Christmas tree dash.
Oh yeah, dude, Beamers hate when you don't have any juice. Like, absolutely hate it. It's probably gonna freak out.
Then this battery works, we gotta program it so we can charge correctly. Just sounds like shit's breaking.
I gotta rebolt all this now.
Okay, we just found our first problem. So, new battery's in, we're putting the big red contraption on, and when we're trying to tighten down the pop,
is out of here.
positive terminal, it kept spinning around like a strip bolt. Now, no one knows strip bolts more than me. Ask me how I know. Now, I pulled the little bolt off, and if you look at it, the threads on the inside are completely wiped out. So this will never work. And if you don't have a strong connection on the positive side, which I'm just saying right now, this is not the problem. There's no way in hell we got a car for that cheap for something as simple as that. There's no way. But that would cause problems. I'm going to basically source a new nut, and then we'll put it on and try to start this thing. So pull the piece out. Now the problem is that the threads on this are messed up. Remember, this is what tightens the positive terminal. I put a new nut on it. The new nut got stripped instantly. This is like hardened. So I bought some hardened nuts, and putting it on, you just kind of have to just tighten it down. It would be nice to use a die, but I don't have one right now. So this will have to do. Just tighten it. It'll kind of recut the threads for me. And this should, you know, work. It'll stay tight, not keep spinning around.
Okay, luckily the nut worked. Noah picked up the right one, and the positive terminal is now tight. But in typical Beamer fashion, there's more problems. Now, I don't think it's gonna stop us today, but basically we're missing a ton of battery wiring related to like the intelligent battery optimization software in the Beamer. Now, it should be fine to get the motor running, but that has to be addressed before the car gets driven a lot. So now that we are tightly connected to the battery, which is a good thing, that's something we gotta start researching.
Okay, guys, we need to talk about the two bad boys hidden right down here. I'm talking about the teriyaki titty twisters. These things are insane. Now, they're supposedly 19T turbos. I'm not a turbo expert, but I could definitely see some different outlets. When we had the car jacked up, I was looking from underneath, and you can see that some stuff has been changed around. And we did some digging, and we found out that the previous owner, many owners ago that had this car, had a YouTube channel where he completely built everything. You know, we're talking ported fuel rails, upgraded injectors, high pressure, low pressure fuel pump, you know, the two 19T turbos. And on his page, you can see him smoking Audi R8 V10s. We can see him smoking Hellcat Red Eyes, Shelby's, any fast car you could imagine. Now, I'm not going to show the video in this video because I'm not going to steal his content, but I will link his channel in the comments so you can check it out yourself. Now, there's a huge gap between him doing that a couple years ago and many owners, and then now us. I don't know if these turbos are any good. I don't know if the motor is good. I don't know what's going on with the car right now. I can tell you the blow-off valve has zip ties holding it together, got some zip ties on the intakes, all kinds of little jank things, which isn't the greatest thing to see, but nothing the backseat boys can't handle. Okay, new battery's tight, time to start it, or at least try to start it. Now, usually check the oil before you start a car that you know nothing about. Unfortunately, BMWs are really stupid. They don't have dipsticks, and you have to start the engine first. So we'll see what happens. Okay, lights turn on. That's good. Scroll on this window.
Oh, look at that, dude. That's a great sign.
We got working windows. Yeah.
Boah. Ist das Lipton mit Kohlensäure? Ja, gib mir Fanta.
2440 in the area.
Yeah, I think I'm ready to crank it. Should I just go for it?
Go ahead. Crank this thing, dude. No way. Oh, I hear some noises.
We got some lights on the dash.
Do we?
Yeah. So we got braking, driving. It kind of sounds like it's running a little rough.
Ooh, it does sound like it's right. It does sound like it's running rough.
So we got brake pads are worn to the minimum thickness.
Here, turn it off. Turn it off.
Flat tire monitor.
It's running really rough, dude. Dude, a bunch of smoke just came out the back.
Did it? Worn to the minimum thickness.
Here, turn it off. Turn it off.
Flat tire monitor.
It's running really rough, dude. Dude, a bunch of smoke just came out the back.
Did it? It's got some loud turbo noises. I like that. It's kind of cool. Holy cow. It's burning oil. You can smell that. It's really, really strong.
I mean, would it be a BMW if it didn't burn oil?
You know, normally I'd be like kind of like upset or something, but for a $1,600 BMW, I expect nothing less. Whatever.
Okay, so with all of the battery issues, I have major suspicion that the alternator could be in the mix of problems. So real quick, even with it running rough, I want to test what that alternator is putting out. Ideally, we want to see it charging, you know, up to close to 14.5 to 15 volts. Without the car running, yeesh, that's not good. Hold on, maybe I have a bad connection.
You have a bad connection.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so we're at 12.1 with the car off out the alternator. So that's a pretty good sign. Now, I'm going to turn the car on, and hopefully that number goes up to like 14.5.
Okay, let's check it again.
got a problem. So it looks like the alternator isn't doing its job. Now, whether that's related to wiring possibly in the back of the car, or maybe this alternator is just toast. There's a really good likely chance that someone tried to put a dead battery in here and jump it. Maybe the alternator just got killed when they were trying to drive it and recharge it. Who knows? We gotta go from alternator back and check all the wiring and basically try to isolate to see if this alternator is toast or not. Oh, I hate wiring so much.
We're gonna just pull it off and take it to the store and see if we have them test it.
I think we should just pull it off, take it to the store. I think that's a great idea.
Okay, so far we know it doesn't charge. So I'm not going to drive it a whole lot, but I want to see if it'll even move. We just fixed the transmission on the M6, fixed the transmission on the Mercedes. I do not want to do another transmission right now, but we'll see. Okay. So put it in the drive.
Hopefully, man. Come on.
Yeah,
baby.
We're moving. Oh my God.
What?
The steering, it's like locking up. It feels like there's no power steering. I haven't even gotten it up to see if it'll go through all the gears.
Here's try reverse. Try reverse.
We got reverse. Let's see.
Oh, it's running wrong.
There we go.
Hey, it's got reverse.
Damn. Yeah.
Hey, well, at least we don't have to do another transmission swap.
Well, we don't know. We have to still drive it through all the gears to know that for fact. Let's hear how it sounds.
Dude, this thing's a race car, dude.
Yeah, dude, you can hear the blow-off valve. It's really loud.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sure, it's not a V8, but I mean, you can't argue with those turbo noises. I mean, those are just super cool.
Okay, well, this is so far good news and bad news. Now, real quick, I did notice this earlier, but I never opened it. That's the power steering reservoir, just completely just sitting there with only being held on by a hose, which is extremely concerning. It looks pretty full to me. Maybe a little low, but it's not that low. So
maybe the power steering pump is kaput.
Oh gosh, yeah, we may have to be replacing a power steering pump as well. So this is not going to be easy, to say the least. But hey, running car, $1,600. We got it running. It just needed a battery.
Well,
it's got a multitude of problems, though.
We still have to drive it. I don't want to jinx us. We still have to drive it, make sure it goes through all the gears, make sure it's not slipping.
It's true. It's true. Well, I would say so far this has been a mild success. Now we have to look at sourcing possibly an alternator. If it's not the alternator itself, it could be a ton of different wiring problems throughout the car. These cars are so overcomplicated. We now have to figure out why there's no power steering. Is the rack bad? Is the pump bad? Who knows? Is the reservoir clogged somehow? This is starting to look like a lot of work, but that sounded pretty cool, so I'm excited. Make sure you guys stay tuned for the next episode, hopefully coming out probably next week, where we try to tackle some of these problems and I guess try to get maybe its first rip. I don't know. We'll have to see. Also, make sure you guys subscribe so you don't miss out on the next episode. Make sure to click that bell notification so you stay up to date. And like this video, guys. Comment down below what you want to see us do with this car. Should we just get it running and leave all the crappy bumpers and it be kind of like a sleeper? Or do we actually just restore the whole thing? Let me know. There we go. It's not too bad. It looks a little milky. A little concerning how much fuel there is in the oil.
Okay, today we're going to be fixing and ripping our big turbo BMW. Now, you guys know in the last episode, we picked up this BMW 335i with the glorious N54 engine for $1,600. Obviously, it's broken. Obviously, it's got a lot of problems, but it is a clean title. And it has an amazing racing legend behind it. There's video evidence of this car whooping ass. I'm talking about supercar ass. I'm talking about Hellcat ass. This thing just smoking everything on the road. A lot has happened since then. It's been a few years. It's broken down. There's a lot wrong with it, but nothing we can't handle. So in today's episode, we are going to be fixing those major problems. And by the end of it, giving it a good rip. This thing potentially makes around 600, 700 horsepower with room for even more. So let's get started. Okay, in the last video, which if you haven't seen, you should go check it out, we go over all the cosmetic damage, some of the things you can see from the surface level that's wrong with this car. Well, today, not only are we gonna dive deep into everything else that's wrong with it, we found some pretty bad things. First things we're looking at is just mind-boggling. I mean, what a car. You guys have to remember, it was $1,600. You're not gonna get a whole lot for $1,600. I think we got a pretty cool car, but you gotta take a look at some of these things. Right here, I don't know if you can see with the camera, the diff is slanted. And you can see the bushings that are holding the diff to the car completely annihilated. The bolt that goes into it broke. It snapped. This car makes so much torque, it's twisting the chassis or the rear end. But that's crazy and incredibly dangerous. So I'm glad that before we did some rips in it, we got it. We're gonna change those out ASAP. Looking back, we can see some really terrible exhaust work that was done. So someone, swapped out the exhaust. Everything else, overall, transmission, bone dry. I don't see any leaks of fluid, which is a great sign. Now we can see the downpipe. We can get a good look at those, teriyaki titty twisters right there. The things that are making all that power. Just to verify, these are 19T turbos, so I'm glad that that checks out, because it would be really boring if, they ended up being stock. So, they got those eBay twin turbos, which, make a lot of power, so I cannot wait to rip it in this car. We got this super fat, big old boy right here, this intercooler, massive. Looks like it's got a big dent right here, so it got hit somewhere, maybe on a curb or something. You see the shoelaces holding this together. We're gonna do a smoke test, make sure that there's no leaks, because if you have a boost leak, you're not gonna make the power that you expect to make. We can see that the inlet hose is not connected, which shouldn't cause a boost leak, but you don't want rocks or sand to fly up there and just blow up your engine. So we're gonna be fixing that. The serpentine belt is completely toast. That's gonna have to be replaced. We know the power steering pump doesn't work. We're gonna replace that most likely. The alternator, we're probably gonna rebuild. Overall, as beat as it is, I don't see that much seeping fluid. We got a little bit here, but nothing too crazy. Now, okay guys, right here we can see junkyard riding on the suspension. Now, that's kind of concerning. I mean, this stuff isn't that expensive, so the fact that they're buying used junkyard shit, that just tells you that one of the owners, which goes along with our suspicions, was so broke and had absolutely no money. They spent every dime they had to get this car. Now, when it came to maintenance, that's how you end up with the shoelace job. So that's never a good sign when buying a car. Now, I look over here, this one doesn't even match that one at all. And you take a little look at this bolt right here, a little bit loose. So just so that you guys can see, do you see how much play is in that? That's not good. Imagine if we were doing donuts, which my instinct when buying a car is to do donuts, and this thing just popped right off. That wouldn't be good. Or imagine if I was on the freeway, doing a massive pull and this thing just fell right off. That wouldn't be good either. You get this thing up to 100 and this thing snaps, they're gone. It's important when buying a really, really bad car to inspect the car. And, just even a shake test. That's pretty much how we found this.
Sure, this thing has a ton of problems, but on the bright side, these tires are brand new. And these aren't just any tires. These are Michelin Pilot Sport 4S's. These are like $300 to $400 a tire, and they're brand spanking new. Date code 1124. I don't even know. Brand new Michelin's, basically worth about half of what we paid for the car. So, huge plus right there.
And I almost forgot. You gotta take a look over here, because we could see that we got mismatched suspensions. So you could see a shock right over here with a adjustable coil spring, and then right over here, an entirely different shock with an adjustable coil spring. So they're mixing and matching suspension components. That's never a great sign. Now this is just what's underneath the car. Let's take a look at the engine bay.
Okay, now talking about this engine bay. Where do I begin? Well, first, this bumper was only being held on by 2 screws, some zip ties, and a shoelace. So, this out of the way. This whole problem started with the charging issue. This alternator we have deemed with a multimeter that it will not charge the battery. It's no good. The first item to tackle on this build would be the alternator, which luckily is only 4 volts. Now to get down there, we're gonna have to remove this, which there is so much jank in this engine, it's not even funny. You know, I'm a jank guy. We do a lot of jank things here to put cars together. This is crazy. I mean, now at a quick glance, already, things are completely jank in this engine bay. Nothing's held up by brackets. Everything's zip tied together. I mean, this has branding from a junkyard, so that's instantly questionable. This wasn't even bolted down with had 2 screws holding it together, mismatched screws. As far as the motor, fortunately, it's not port injection. Even though we were sold the car thinking that it was port injection with a deeper look inside, it's normal with direct injectors. But the good news is we got index 12 injectors, and we got 6 of them, baby. The price alone for 6 index 12 injectors is twice what we paid for this car. That is awesome news. Really stoked. These coils look pretty new as well. This thing is puking out oil, so all along the valve cover, there's tons of oil. It looks like someone has RTV'd around this valve cover gasket, so like it has some attention brought to it. There's RTV spewing everywhere out of it. I mean, we got a rat's nest of problems. I mean, like, this thing is not drivable. So you saw the last video, the charging problem is our main problem, keeping us from driving this car. Now, with this, you know, no longer in the car, we can finally get to the broken alternator. Now, this thing was giving us an 11.6 volt while the car was running. That's not good enough. It's got to be like 13.5 to 14. So this has to be removed. Now, what we're going to do, because a new one costs like $400 to $600, is we're going to take it out and get it rebuilt for about 140 bucks. That is true budget right there. I'm not paying a dime more than I have to get this thing on the road. Okay, start tearing everything apart. Okay, here we go. Alternator is out. Now, of course, they don't make it the easiest thing in the world because it's really tight between the power steering, which we gotta still do, and the intake manifold. And it's plastic, so if you're yanking too hard, you crack that. It's BMW for you. No need to buy a new one. We're just gonna have this one rebuilt. That way we keep it BMW, keep it in good shape, and it's a whole lot cheaper. Okay, we just got back from the alternator rebuild shop, and let me just tell you, it was an amazing experience. They took the alternator in a few hours. We dropped it off, and we just picked it back up. In a few hours, they cleaned it, they swapped out all the bad components, and they even replaced the voltage regulator. Now, this is the most common reason why these go bad, and they only make 2 of them now. They make one from China, which is crap, and they make one in Hungary, and that's what this one is. It's an actual Bosch voltage regulator. So when we initially got there, he tested our alternator. It was, in fact, dead. And once this one was rebuilt before we left, he tested this one again, and we got 14.5 volts. So we should be good to go. This should fix the entire charging problem in this car. But there's only one way to figure that out. So let's finagle this thing back in the car, put the serpentine belt back on, and turn the car on. All right. Okay, alternator's all hooked up. Basically what we're gonna do is now test to see if it's actually charging the car now. Super simple. Got a little voltmeter, positive, negative, should say 14 or higher, and then I'll be happy. So Lenny's gonna start the car right now. We'll see what happens. Okay, we're connected right now. Lenny's gonna start it up. Here we go. Okay, alternator's in. It is charging. It's charging a little bit high, but what I want to do is let the car idle, see if it drops. But before I let this car idle for a while, I want to take a look at the oil because we haven't really done that yet. And we should probably change the oil. Probably going to do that right now anyways, but when you're pushing an engine to the absolute limits, like this example is, you want to make sure you have clean, fresh oil. It's like the most important thing to protect your engine. You don't want those rod bearings blowing up. You don't want anything catastrophic. So, very convenient that the oil filter's up here on the top. I used to hate it, but I love it now. And that looks... Dude, what the heck?
Really bad.
Why is this thing running?
I don't know. Is that coolant?
No, it's gas.
So, actually, I wasn't expecting that. This is actually really bad. So, having gas in the oil, which is what it seems like, this is the most dangerous thing you could have. This might be worse than coolant. Basically, when you have gas and oil and you mix, the gas will take the oil and clean it right off. If you've ever gotten oil on your hands and it won't come off, and you don't want to use soap, some gas in your hands. Same thing with oil stains. It'll wipe it right off. It's not good for an engine when you want every single piece of metal-to-metal contact to be lubed up. Guys, we're talking about catastrophic engine failure right now. I don't know what's causing.
Ganz gleich, ob Sie häufig oder selten Teile kaufen. Mit Autodoc sparen Sie Zeit und Geld. Die Preise sind in der App immer niedriger als auf der Webseite. Suchen Sie Autoteile anhand des Kennzeichens, der Artikelnummer oder der OEM-Teilenummer. Mehr als 3,5 Millionen Teile von allen.
Causing this, but if we run the engine right now and let it run, this engine will blow up. This entire project out the window, waste of time, waste of money. This has to be solved right now. And we'll go buy some oil and a new filter and swap everything out. But we got to figure out what's causing that. In some cases, the injectors can leak gasoline into the cylinder. It'll seep past the rings, wash the wall. Critical oil spots are no longer oiled. Your engine can go kaboom, which is not good. So we need to figure it out.
Now, one thing we haven't done is taken a look at the catch can. Now, this car doesn't really need a catch can. It's just kind of one of those dumb mods, but I'm curious to see. I'm assuming it might be a little milky, but I want to see the condition of the oil. There we go.
Patrol here to take the boat down, dispatch.
It's not too bad. It looks a little milky.
No way, dude. Oh my god, I'm gonna.
It's a little concerning how much fuel there is in the oil.
Oh my god.
Oh man. Yeah, it's a little concerning how much fuel there is in this oil. We're gonna need to do an oil change.
I don't feel like they fucking cross-threaded it in. A lot of fucking idiots worked on this car. And it takes one to know one.
Okay. No water, but that's just really thin.
I can smell the gas in the oil from right here, which is not a good sign. That's really bad. The good news is I don't see any metal chunks so far. And we pulled the filter out. No big metal chunks there either. So I have a strong feeling, because based on, watching the videos of the previous owner, that this is not the original engine in the car. So the car has what, like 140,000 miles in the chassis. This motor could have like 40, 60,000. It could have 200,000. I have no idea. Most of the motor looks like it's in pretty decent shape. Now, we could definitely do a compression check to make sure that, each cylinder has good compression.
Okay, and one other major thing we want to tackle while we're under here, as you guys saw earlier, is that this control arm is literally loose. Like this bolt right here, should not do that. That's super dangerous. I mean, that's enough to not only kill you if you're going too fast and it breaks, and kill other people. So that needs to be tightened. Yeah, look, it's getting tight. There we go. One more little pump. Here we go.
Don't break it.
Oh, I can't break this. Problem solved. Okay, we got the new filter. I'll lube up. Yes, I changed the O-rings. Bada bing, bada boom. This thing's ready for some more abuse.
While trying to figure out the gas and the oil problem, we decided to flash the car back to its stock tune for testing purposes, just in case this car may have been on an old tune that's supposed to utilize parts that have been removed, or maybe an E60 mix, but something was definitely causing it to run too rich. We needed something safe to hammer out all the kinks while we're crafting our special big turbo tune coming very soon.
Okay, so we are back with the 335i, and we got some good news. Both diff bushings that were broken, well, we got replacements, and we got replacement bolts. Because look at the old bolt that we pulled out. Literally snapped in half. This thing makes so much power. This was basically jammed inside the diff bushing, and, well, we got it out. So far, we dropped the exhaust. You can see how crooked this diff is. I mean, this is not really doing, this is more just for safety, but it's super crooked. I mean, it's basically popping out the diff bushings on both sides. This one isn't even connected. So obviously, you can't drive it like this. You need specialty tools to remove everything. We're doing that right now. We're gonna basically press in these new diff bushings. I've never done this before. This is gonna be a pain in the ass right here. So next up, remove the axles, put the bushings in, and then we get to work. Okay, first step is to remove both of these tiny little axles. It's just a bunch of E-torque bolts. Once that's removed, we have to figure out how to remove it from the drive shaft. I think you need like a really big wrench. So to get this nut off, you need a special BMW 50 mil tool that's shaped for getting this diff nut off. Now, I don't have that. This is a whole lot cheaper because that tool is super expensive. This is also a 50 mil wrench head, basically. It's a little too big, so we may have to modify it to get it on, but I think we can make something work.
Okay, we ran into a troubling problem right now. So every time Lenny tries to unscrew the axle bolts, it spins the wheels. So, got my ladder. I could lower the car, but why do that when you got ladders? Hold the e-brake up. We should be good to go. Now I gotta figure out how to get down here.
Should I just go full jackass right now and go kick the ladder out from underneath you?
Okay, while Lenny's taking care of the diff, I am working on trying to get this downpipe out right now because the inlet that's not connected could cause a lot of problems. Like if we drive over a sand dune for whatever reason, I don't know why we would do that, but if we did, and the sand gets sucked into that turbo, it's gonna blow it up, potentially destroy the intercooler, potentially blow up the engine. We don't really want that. Something very surprising is that it turns out a lot of bolts in this car are very loose. So it's kind of concerning. But just busted my knuckle on this fucking V-band. But it's off. Now we just gotta be able to just move it, give us a little bit of access.
It is officially time to remove this differential. Oh! Got it. We got the differential out now. That was a pain in the ass, dude. They say, oh, just remove the differential. I have a lift and that was a pain in the ass. Okay, so now with that removed, we can actually get and replace those bushings, which I hear are a big pain in the ass. So let's get started. I'm glad the bungee cord I put on here really saved the day here, supporting this drive shaft. Whatever. I got the tool. Basically, this tool that we bought, it's a specific E90 diff bushing extractor and installer. And so right now I got the jig hooked up, and basically the way it works is there's a big rod that goes all the way through it. There's something pushing on the end as I tighten it, and there's something holding it in place on the top. And as I tighten it, this bushing is slowly coming out more and more. So probably like another 30 seconds of turning this wrench. I wish I had a ratcheting one, but I don't. And then this bushing should be out. Now this one was already half falling out. This one over here, it's a little bit more in. So I don't know if it's gonna be a lot harder. I'm also not looking forward to installing it. So yeah, we'll see. These things are basically much bigger before they go in. Here, let me show you. These bushings are substantially larger, and basically they shrink and get contracted as they get put in. Basically that force always pushing it outwards to hold the bushing in place. We're just gonna change these two bad ones right here, put new bolts and hardware, and this one should be fine. It looks pretty intact. There we go. Bushing number one, extracted. Out with the old, in with the new. All right, let's see what progress Noah's made on the new bushings.
So these diff bushings are a major pain in the ass. They take forever. And they're this giant black cylinder that you're trying to put in this tight little metal hole. It'd be mature. And it doesn't want to fit. So you gotta lube it up. And you gotta push really hard, twist really hard. And in some cases, your black hole will bend and open up, like right here. So, you know what? They're in, they're new. That's all that matters. We don't want our diff falling out on us like it was before. Okay, so we got this hose clamp in. What it's doing is it's tightening the rubber, squeezing on it tightly so that we can get it to fit in, because it's a lot bigger. Like it's you look at it and you think, oh my God, I ordered the wrong piece. Fit in there and never move around, never come out. So we're just...
You're hitting a stud now.
Oh, that broke. So we put a little bit of dish soap in it because the dish soap dries out much better than using grease. Now that we ran out of room, now I gotta do it one at a time. Really wish I had a ratcheting wrench this big. I want to drive this thing, dude. It's 600 horsepower beast. I fix the power steering still. Okay, pretty much almost everything is done. The diff is back in, bushing's tight, everything's good. Last thing we have is a brand new power steering pump. We got a new belt. So far, we're well within our budget, well within our goal, and we should have a pretty good running, driving 600 horsepower beast. So basically, old serpentine belts off, pulled out the fan again, everything. We got the alternator charging at a good 14.5 now. Everything's good. So just slap these babies in and we'll go rip it. What a pain in the ass. Getting this thing out of the front of the car was extremely difficult. There's no room for activities. I could barely get my hand in there, let alone my eyes to see what I'm doing. It sucks. But anyway, whatever. We got it out. I don't know how it's going to go back in. We're going to have to just push it in there. That's the new one. That's the old one. We have to swap over the pulley. We have to swap over the brackets, get it somehow back in there, and somehow connect the lines without disassembling half the front of the car. So, wish me luck. This is the last stretch until we can drive the car.
2440 in our vicinity.
We checked the reservoir, we checked the lines, everything seemed intact. If this doesn't fix our power steering problem, then we might be screwed, because we may have to get a new rack. I don't even know what else could be the problem at that point. Really, fingers crossed that this fixes this power steering problem. All of the brackets and the little pulley is transferred over. We're good to go. Now comes the part I'm dreading the most, is getting it back in there.
Okay, this thing's a real bitch to do, but what's happening is power steering pump is in the bracket right now, held up. We got the banjo bolt. Now, it might have been easier to do it when it was out, but it goes to this line, and it's a real bitch trying to get in. Brand new crush washers on it. You don't want to reuse them, because if you reuse them, it might leak. So brand new ones on. Trying right now to get this thing threaded in, and because it's at an angle, the banjo bolt likes to fall out, and the crush washers like to fall out and jump onto the shop floor somewhere and hide like a 10 mil. I think I got it right now. Oh. There we go. Banjo bolt is in. Just gotta use a wrench and finish tightening that fitting. And last time I tightened the banjo bolt was in the Mercedes, and I snapped it. So I gotta be extra careful this time, and we should be good to go. The car's pretty much put back together. We got the new serpentine belt, the new power steering pump, the new rebuilt alternator. We have all the bolts that were loose have been tightened. We got new diff bushings. Diff is intact. It's no longer at an angle. We'll see for how long. But now, time to put new power steering fluid in. We got the Pennison. This shit is expensive, but it's a nice, metal can. So that's pretty cool. So just start pouring this shit in there. It's green. And it smells nasty. So I'm filling this up. We'll start up the car, move the steering wheel back and forth so that it could really pulse that fluid into the lines, and we gotta top it off again. Okay, we got a new oil filler cap. I got this on eBay for dirt cheap. We got the old one, and this is basically not really an oil filler cap. It's more of like a breather valve. It's supposed to get that blow by out. These things are usually garbage, and what's happening is it's leaking oil by all the coils and the spark plug. So it's just junk leaking oil everywhere. It's really not needed. So we're gonna get rid of that and put the oil filler cap back on. Solves an oil leak right there. Start this bitch up. Oh, no leak. That's good. Hey dude, how's the power steering? It works. It works? Yeah. That's a success. Punch it. Hey dude, how's the power steering? It works. It works? Yeah. That's a success. Punch it. Holy shit. Yeah, so you could feel the rear end start to slide, and you have to kind of just move it. Turbo noises are the coolest thing in the world. And as loud as this one is, oh my god! It's nice to slide instantly. This thing's dangerous. I mean, the fact that this is just some boring average 3 Series that has this kind of capability, that's why it's just like a cult classic. And dude, guys, we're on a stock tune right now, but when you put the pedal down, there's about like a little half second delay before the turbos kick in.
once they kick in, the back end starts sliding. You start fishing. You have to immediately take off. Otherwise, I go into one of these buildings or something. But I'm just like, whoa, like the whole fucking time. So that's crazy. I can't imagine how dangerous this thing is going to get once we put a crazy tune on it once again. Okay, Lenny's got to try now.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's crazy. This thing is blowing smoke like crazy. We gotta get this tune on ASAP so we can really beat the shit out of it. Part of me wants to get new bumpers and fenders, but at the same time, part of me likes the rattiness. The fact that this thing could just whoop a supercar's ass and look like a pile of trash is kind of fun. So comment down below, should we repair the fenders and bumpers, or should we leave it ratty and sleeper-like? Today we embark on an almost impossible task, building a 600 horsepower BMW for under $3,000, including the cost of the car. Well, luckily today, we might just do that. We picked up the infamous N54 in this 335i for $1,600, but it was modified and broken and wasn't running. But the bones were good. We just had to get our hands dirty. The car wouldn't run under its own power, so we replaced the battery and fixed the terminal connecting it. Now, it couldn't charge, so instead of buying a new alternator and spending a bunch of money, we had this one rebuilt. And on top of that, the diff was hanging out of the car, so we replaced all the bushings and got it back in place. Then, of course, we had no power steering, so we got a cheap Amazon power steering pump, replaced it, and got our power steering back. In addition, we changed the oil and the serpentine belt. Pretty much a nut and bolt restoration, if you ask me. Now it's time to upload that big tune to get the big power upgrades. Now, I know the car doesn't look great, but budget is the key here. We're talking about homeless man level budgeting right here. Now, to really maximize these power gains, we're going to be custom tuning it with our friends over at Wedge Performance. Basically, it's a bunch of back and forth data logging and tune tweaking, so this thing's going to be crazy fast. Remember, this car has big ass 19T turbos and all the bolt-ons you can imagine. So hopefully nothing breaks. Let's get tuning. That's right, baby. With the help of NHD, we are going to be tuning this thing to the absolute moon. Okay, first step of tuning is to get it on a charger. That way it doesn't die in the middle of tuning and then, brick your ECU.
So to do the custom tune that we've been hyping up for so long, we are getting a bunch of help from our friends over at Wedge Performance. Now, Wedge Performance knows N54s like no one else. They hold some of the highest N54 records in the world as far as tuning and speed and quarter mile times. This guy is an expert in N54 tuning, and luckily, he's helping us out and doing a custom tune. Now, as you guys have seen in a lot of our previous videos, usually we just upload, an off-the-shelf map is what it's called. Something that's kind of preset. That's typically
all units. We have a 2440 in front of us.
What we do, it's a pretty simple process. Now, this entails a little bit more detailed work. Let me explain. He sent us a baseline N54 map that we then need to go drive the car and get him some real live data logging numbers. He then will take that and make the first iteration tune for the car. This is a much more involved process, but when you're dealing with big turbos and a lot of aftermarket parts, this is the best way to ensure your motor is not only safe, but getting peak performance. Now that I loaded up the MHD app on the phone, all you got to do is flash a custom map. I already have it loaded up, which is right here. It's currently working on flashing the car right now. So oh, look right there. Our battery charger is recommended. See, I told you guys. Okay, it's currently tuning. Okay, so the map has currently been flashed. Now, the next step in the process, as much as I want to go rip on it right now, we got to get our tuner at Wedge Performance data logs. And what that basically means is that we have to drive the car in a set parameter. In this case, we're supposed to drive the car in third and fourth gear and log it between 2,000 and 7,000 RPMs at wide open throttle. And basically, he's able to take that data and then more custom fine-tune the map so this thing runs like an absolute beast. The next step of the process is to use XHP to tune the transmission. Now, because this is, big turbo stuff, this is going to require, we want extra line pressure and a bunch of other fancy stuff I don't quite understand. Now, all we have to do before we start data logging this car for the actual proper tune is load up the transmission tune. Okay, so stage 3 is selected, flash now, and there we go. It's tuning the car. It's actually tuning the transmission.
Okay, so we took the car out to do some data logging, and it was running really, really rough, having issues. We kept getting the check engine light, and what it was telling us was the T-map sensors. Okay, guys, the car is still going into limp mode even after we replaced the map sensor. So the only other thing to think about is the T-map sensor. Now, this is the charge pipe on the car. This is the T-map sensor. Do you notice what's wrong with it? It's missing a bolt right there. So that's causing it to be all shaky and loose, which could cause boost leaks and all kinds of problems. Now, I was thinking, why did the previous owner not put a bolt there? You can see, when I remove this, you can see that the bolt broke inside of it. So I'm going to work on extracting that. We already went to Ace Hardware. We picked up some new bolts. So we'll get this thing in tight. This is a 3.5, so this is an upgraded T-map sensor. And then hopefully we'll be good to go. Okay, quick update. What we had to do is replace the charge pipe. The old one, we just could not extract that bolt. So what we ended up doing is getting a new shiny charge pipe, which, is good anyways because we needed a new blow-off valve that actually worked. Replaced all that, replaced all the seals, making sure we don't have any boost leaks in the process. Very cheap, just some things on eBay that came really, really fast. Now the car's all good. While I did that, I replaced the T-map sensor that goes on the charge pipe. Now the car's running perfect. We have no more problems for now, knock on wood. So the map sensor is brand new. The T-map sensor is brand new. I got that one open box, but OEM. So we're still in very, very cheap. But what we're doing right now is basically making sure that everything is working. Just a few more revisions of the tune. We should be able to have a 600 horsepower beast. Now, the quality of gas in California is not the greatest. So just to be on the safe side, since we're pushing a pretty aggressive tune, got some octane boosters. I'm just going to add this in there. And then that way, because we're pushing almost 20 pounds of boost with this tune, this will help make sure that we have the highest of octane. When you're doing your normal, off-the-shelf tunes, it's not as necessary. But when you're doing a custom tune, really pushing the limits, you need your secret sauce. Yeah, this thing's fast. It's really sketchy, too. Okay, these fenders are complete crap. We bought some used ones for $100 off Facebook Marketplace. So we gotta put these on, but first we gotta remove these ones. And I think I know a guy who could help us.
All right, folks, look, Zach Burns here. My neighbors, the Backstreet Boys, just hit me up. They need some help removing some body panels from their BMW build. Well, of course, I'm a good neighbor, so I'm gonna lend a hand. About 750 horsepower worth of panels. God damn it! Thought I was gonna pull off.
You guys, we got the new fender. It's bolted on. Should be pretty simple. Not as simple as we pull it off, but they should just. Now that we made some much needed correction to this fender here, we should be able to put these bolts in and be good to go. We just gotta align the hole. Boom. And just like that, I mean, this thing's probably not gonna go anywhere. Now we're good to go. I'm gonna close this bad boy. I don't think that's the right color, dude. Fuck, dude, we bought the wrong one. Well, news to me, apparently BMW has more than one type of gray for this car. Oh well, at least they're shiny now. I guess it looks better than before. Okay. Hey, last but not least, we can't forget. And about the reused bumper. So we're gonna hold this on with a few screws and some zip ties, and let's get back to making some power, baby. Okay, bumpers on. I gotta say, we've done a ton of work to this car. I think it's time to take this car out, put on some buttons. I can't hold the pedal down, dude. This thing, holy shit. This thing just wants to go sideways. So this thing is absolutely pushing a little, but no one's gonna try it. It's just proper launch. Well, I just shit my pants. Let's do it again. Sound is amazing. we did it. The build is complete. Well, at least the tune is. Where this car lacks in looks, it makes up for it in capabilities. The N54 is the greatest platform if you're looking for high horsepower on a budget. As you've seen in this video, we achieved that 600 horsepower mark for under $3,000. Now guys, what you have to remember about this car is that the capabilities are limitless. Maybe you and your friends should go pick up a pile of shit like this and have some fun. The great thing is, if you want to get yourself into one of these cars, they're pretty much all modded on Facebook Marketplace. It's honestly hard to find one of these that is completely untouched. So for a few grand, you can pick up a great project car for you, has tons of money in mods, and you just gotta get it running. Like, simple stuff. Needless to say, there's definitely gonna be more N54 content in the future. Your twin turbo V8s and V10s and V12s are cool and all, but this has a special place in my heart.
And coming up soon, we've got a special spicy tune for my twin turbo V12 Mercedes, so you're not gonna wanna miss out on that. I wanna thank you guys for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe. We've got a whole lot of builds coming out in the month of March and April. So, a lot planned. You're going to want to make sure you stay tuned. Make sure you're a member of the Backseat Boys family.
And I gotta say, before ending this video, how much I've absolutely fallen in love, not with the car, but with the motor. This is my first N54 BMW. I think it was Noah's first too. And being able to really push this motor with the upgraded turbos makes me really want a nice car. Because this thing, let's be honest, is a pile of shit.
But most importantly, share this video with your friends if you're looking to get an awesome fast car for dirt cheap like this.
It is, dude. Well, I did it. I bought another car
For 95% off. This thing originally was for $100,000 because of that beautiful V10 power plant with the SMG transmission, the same one that's in the Aventador. Super cheap, $5,900. The shipping was a little crazy because it was in Long Beach, which is only like 30 minutes from where I live, and they originally quoted me $200, and they said I couldn't pick up the car, so I said, okay, fine, ship it, $200. Then it ended up being $400, and it was delivered on a U-Haul trailer, so that's outrageous. $400, 30-minute drive on a U-Haul trailer. But as you can tell, the car is beat to shit. If you haven't noticed, that's why it's 95% off. We're gonna get it running. It doesn't start right now. The battery's dead. We tried to jump it, and we had to push it off the trailer. Let's see what I got myself into right now.
Let's start diving into this thing.
Obviously, it's dirty. We're gonna spray it down, so we're gonna take a look at what it looks like clean. But I don't see any major hits. It does have 109,000 miles, which these motors are known for blowing themselves up.
.2440 in our crosshairs.
So we're gonna make sure to fix anything like the rod bearings. The seats are wrecked, but white seats, that's what they'll do after 100,000 miles. This is disgusting. You can see the foam is cracking right here.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's, it's what happens. So what's cool is the entire headliner, even like the A-pillars, are all Alcantara. So that I love. The steering wheel is actually in really good shape. For 100,000 miles, I don't know if this has been replaced. The gauges look good. There's a lot of carbon fiber everywhere. The entire roof is carbon fiber. So all the black leather inside the car looks fine. All the white leather is all cracked. So we're gonna put race seats in this anyways, so we're gonna be getting rid of these seats. Center console, I'll probably need a new one because this is nasty. Some like leather conditioner, we can really get this clean. This shifter is a very unique shifter. It's like a manual automatic is what they call it. It's the precursor to the dual clutch. It's like a single clutch automatic, something like that. We got it into neutral, but I can't get it back into park. There actually is no park. I have the e-brake on, we got it chalked so it doesn't roll down the hill. Yeah, so we got the key. The key was
zip tied to the steering wheel. So as you can tell with a key like this, you press this button, you get the key to unlock the doors if the battery's dead like it is right now. This goes right here. When I go to start the engine, nothing. Obviously, you need to put your foot on the brake, but we don't even get any lights or anything. Pop the hood. Here, let's take a look inside the trunk. Oh, that doesn't work. Let's open up the trunk. So first thing I noticed, it's been de-badged, which I'm not a big fan of badges anyways, so that doesn't bother me too much. These taillights are some of the ugliest taillights I've ever seen in my life. So I'll have to see if there's something cooler that we could do.
Let's see what else we got.
Oh, there we go. Okay, tons of crap. We got all kinds of crap in the back, which I'm not surprised. That's usually what happens when you buy salvage title cars. So this is like I think an armrest cover.
Like some shitting.
That's it. That's nice to know that the person cared about protecting the dash. We got, this is gross.
Ew.
Western fries. Davies Locker, Newport Beach. So this has been local. This is a pretty small jacket.
Possibly female.
This looks like some kind of like
Cover. Yeah.
No, it's got. Wait, is that the battery?
Yeah. Look how big that.
Wait,
It's a super start. I just think O'Reilly's are always on special.
oh look, it says Santa Ana right there. So I know with BMWs, like you can't just use whatever battery you want. It's like they'll just keep dying. Once you like get to tune the alternator or something when you get a new battery, it's some kind of stupid thing that they do. So it looks like we got the owner's manual, which is great. That's phenomenal. Love that. Some kind of like tow hook, water, a frying pan. What the? A non-stick frying pan. You got a jacket.
No fit you, dude.
No, wouldn't. This is so gross. This thing's huge.
Organizer.
I don't know what the hell this is. I don't know. Comment down below if you know what the hell this is. I don't know what it is. But overall, just your normal, frying pan so that, I don't even know.
Let's say my trunk.
Paper towels are bad.
Let's see, is this thing even really elite? Oh, yes it is.
Wow, dude. Wait, how does this thing...
Are the struts bad?
The struts are bad, I think. That is cool. I've never owned a V10. I had a V12 a while ago. Jaguar V12. This is like an F1 V10. It revs super high. It's got like the independent throttle bodies that go to some kind of like plenum thingy.
Oh, look, you can kind of see them right there. So, yeah, right there. You can see it's kind of one of the throttle bodies right there.
We should do the cool. So these engines are cool. They make 500 horsepower stock. They rev really high. They sound pretty cool. We're going to do a custom exhaust system, obviously. There's a lot we can do with this car. But one of the first things we're going to have to do is replace the rod bearings if they haven't already been replaced, because the rod bearings break and then you're...
Bro.
break, and then your entire engine goes kaboom. And I don't want to spend the money on replacement engine because it's expensive as hell, like triple what I paid for this car. I bought the car factory where it's made local its entire life. It was driven like a month ago.
Okay, so
the accident, whatever happened in the accident, happened like 2 weeks ago. Okay. So everything should be fine on it. And it's been serviced at every BMW place. I bought the whole car factory. I got everything.
Okay.
It should be good. Like, it's not like, other than the wear, it's just a high mileage vehicle for dirt cheap. And then, of course, had some kind of accident, which doesn't really give me the details about it, but maybe is that the accident? I mean, it said the primary damage was scratches, light scratches.
Did you see the front bumper was kind of fucked up?
Would it be a Backstreet Boys car without the front bumper? Oh yeah, it is.
Well, not only there, but look right
here. Oh
yeah,
right there.
It's like something's definitely been hit, or
I mean, this
ex-wife's not
probably going to put a new front bumper anyways, so I don't really care. I actually don't mind the paint color. It's like a bluish silver. They're really easy to keep clean. I like the wheels, shock wheels.
I want to get right. I want to spray this thing down. I want to see how clean it is. And the windows have been tinted, so in the Carfax, I think this happened a few months ago. We may have gotten a really, really good deal. Next thing we're going to do is test the battery to see if the battery's bad. If the battery's bad, that will explain it. Otherwise, maybe the key is wrong, or maybe the key is bad. But we can't even get the lights, even with the jumper connected, we can't even get the lights to show up. So hopefully it's just a bad battery, although this battery looks pretty big and expensive. So that part I don't like. So I grabbed it here. Let's see what the battery's putting out. Where do these photos come from? So I just want to jump that one. You see this? Look. Look at all that stuff. So on a little quick side note, these brakes look like they need to be replaced. That lip right there, I don't know if you can see it, but the lip is massive. So both the fronts and the rears are toast. Top of everything, the carbon fiber roof is completely destroyed. So all that clear is peeling. We're gonna have to recoat. But you can see the carbon fiber exposed right there. So, but you can see the carbon fiber exposed right there. So that all has to be fixed as well. So Lenny's gonna put a battery on it now. We just went up, got a brand new battery for the car. As you can see, the old one was shot.
Okay, wollt ihr beide mal tauschen? Ja, warum nicht? Du meinst so einmal ganz zwanglos mit Tyler, oder? Ich meinte, wir tauschen die Team. Aus Spaß.
Ich mag dieses Spiel nicht.
Wie so viel aussieht.
Oh, Digga, Werbung, Alter.
So viele Tina-Fans, die es sein könnte. Also habe ich Doubles angeheuert. Die in der Villa.
As you can see, the old gun was shot. So when you do this, you're supposed to program the battery. We're not going to do that at the moment, because we just want to get it started, see if it actually starts, and put it into the driveway. We will focus on tuning it later for this battery. Hold on. Nice. Oh my god, is that a mask? So this is actually the supposed cause for the virus was actually from this mask. Yes, this is the patient number 0 right here. So watch this. There we go. I am officially, this is my first BMW. And I went straight to the V10.
Do we just like completely skip every like preventative maintenance? We're just gonna start the car.
First things first, let's do that. First thing, oh
my gosh.
It is just out of gas.
It is out of gas?
It needs gas.
Want to add some gas real quick?
Yeah, let's add some gas.
Okay, alright, pull it out. Oh, what language is that?
Dirt cheap in the budget on this car. I love it. I love the fact that, you know, a little bit of hard work and I could have such a nice, expensive car for so cheap. And even though these cars you can get for really cheap, done and running shape, I believe by the end of this, when we're finished with this car, I will have had it for a fraction of the price of what it would cost to go buy a used one, because we're going to have everything done. Brand new clutch, rod bearings, and sure, you've got Craigslist ads who say they've done it, but you don't know if they've actually done it. So the fact that we're actually going to take care of every little tidbit, I'll have a pretty much bulletproof M6 for an extent of time. For my goal is to keep it under 10. So we'll see if we can hit that goal. Okay, first step is to basically just spray down the car and basically get all the cobwebs off and get a nice layer of water all over it before we start putting soap on it. But instantly the paint looks so much better. Look, the carbon fiber roof looks good now. Instantly there's some water brought back the shine. I think it's time for soap. Okay, this is the most fun part. This is the satisfying part. Just completely cover it in my white goo. So, this car has been abused for so long, it's like, what the hell's happening? Am I actually being washed? Really just lathering it up. Multiple coats of soap. I like to get in there and let the pressure really push all that bird poop off. Sure, I could use a brush, but this is much easier. And I'm a lazy ass, so what do you expect? Believe it or not, this is not a sex toy. It's actually a wheel cleaning brush. Even though these wheels are very clean, got a little bit of dust to transport. These also look like the easiest wheels to clean of all time because they're just 5 spokes, but let's get the brush. Okay, my favorite thing is the puppet brush. Just basically rub away at all the bird poop, try to get it off. This stuff has been sitting here for a long time, especially the bee poop, which is really bad for your paint. It'll eat right away. And luckily, this color is like a bluish silver, and because it's so light, the sun won't really bake it in. If this is a black car, it would be over. It would need to get repainted. You should have seen Lenny's old BMW. It has so many little polka dot spots. Okay, now I'm just gonna wipe down all the soap, spray it down. I wish I had better water pressure, but oh well. Okay, what we got right here is a clay bar. Now, I was using this just a second ago. What this does is basically pull out all the contaminants that are in the paint. So all those little specks and dust that are still there after washing the car, this clay bar, there's a special technique in doing this, but you basically can pull out the dirt and contaminants that got baked into the paint. So it stretches and folds. It's almost like Play-Doh. It's just really tough and hard. This one's the light duty one. Lenny's got the heavy duty clay bar. We're gonna do the whole car, pull out all the contaminants, and then put a nice layer of wax to give it that show car shine. Okay, so the trunk right now is probably the worst spot in the entire car. It's like basically sandpaper. So we got the clay bar, quick detailer, basically just help let this glide on it. You don't want to use like wax or anything. You want to use something that's like supposed to remove contaminants. Just glides right across. Some of this stuff does not want to come out, but glossy smooth right now. It's crazy. Sandpaper, glossy smooth. Just do this to the entirety of the entire car. I've noticed that the top parts of the car, the part that the sun is directly aiming at, typically is the worst because that's where all the dirt has been baked into the clear coat. So this is basically pulling all that garbage out of the clear coat. I can tell that this front bumper has been repainted before because we got a drip mark right here. We got some of the paint chipping up here, and there's a big dent right there. Oh well, that's what it is. It matches close enough. Not too bad. I've re-kneaded it so much that the inside's all dirty. Just a little bit more evidence to see how long this car has been sitting. I mean, look at the leaves and grime in this crevice right here. That's, you can't make this shit up. I mean, this shit happens over a long amount of time. I mean, look at this. Ew, dude. That's nasty. We gotta clean all this out. I mean, look at the rack. We gotta clean all this out. All the crevices where things can kind of sit, that's where we start to see just tons of buildup. It's pretty gross. It's actually amazing how good the paint is. Oh, man, that's gross. We're gonna have to wipe the body down again. That is disgusting. We probably should have done this before we even started, but better late than never. I mean, look how nice that is now. So much better. Just gotta sit here and just get all this crap gone. Look at this side. This side's even. Watch this off. Ooh. Man, I took a bite of that. There you go. Just a few seconds of wiping, and look how much better that is. So I'm not sure if you guys can see on camera, but this part of the bumper right here is very messed up. Eventually that's going to need to get re-cleared. You can see it's actually kind of starting to crack. It's just super faded. There was no point in clay barring this. It's already destroyed, and there's some body damage, so oh well, we'll fix it. Okay, now it's time to wax the car. And you got the liquid wax, spray and wax, but we're going to do it the old-fashioned way, with a good old pad. Now, an old Asian guy once taught me a special wax on, wax off method. His name is Mr. like Wasabi or some shit like that, I don't remember. Get it really thick on here. Now, Waxing on. Okay, now time to wax off. Just rub it all out. Look how shiny and clean it looks now. Now we got that protective barrier. It's gonna help protect us from shit flying through the air, especially from birds and bees. So, there we go. Car's basically restored. I mean, cleaned it. Should be good to go. So, put it up for 50 grand. I know what I have. No low balls. Okay, time to tackle the interior. So we haven't spent too much time in the interior, but just for a quick reminder, the A pillar, headliner, B pillar, C pillar, package tray, all suede, amazing. It's actually in really good shape. This door panel is in phenomenal shape. Right here, the dash is all like actual leather stitched. We got some bubbles right here. That is not too hard to fix. Once we look at the seats are beat to death. The other door panel is in bad shape. Now this is a white interior, so we got a few options. We could either dye the interior black and get black seats, or just look for a while until we find a replacement set of white seats. We could also look at possibly getting the seats reupholstered. It just comes down to figuring out how can we do it within budget. I'm not, made of money. I'm not going to spend a fortune doing that. So we got to find out what makes sense financially and how we can fix that. I'm not going to just throw in some garbage, random seats from online into this car. Do want to keep the OEM seats. Anyways, the car is really dirty, so we're gonna remove the mats, remove the seat. Never opened up this before, so we got deodorant. We got whatever this is, Cricket wireless SIM card activation kit with a phone number right there. So apparently, the owner was trying to get a burn phone, is what this looks like. We got right here account number. PIN number. Okay, I'm not going to share that with you guys, but this looks like important information. We'll have to put that away. A little cigarette lighter, USB piece, carbon fiber. We got this little card right here. Frank Selby, host Fish Hunt Talk Radio. I don't know why we have that business card right there. Interesting stuff. Nothing interesting in the center console. We've already gone through that on the first video. So let's start pulling shit out. So I just gotta remove the little caps, 16 mil. I'll just remove each one. So it's not too bad. And then do this one right here. And then just move the seat forward and do the two in the rear. Okay, so we just have to disconnect this little yellow thing. And that's what controls like the seat, all the functions and stuff. Now, in this car, apparently if this stuff gets fucked up or you put in a different seat and you don't connect this, you could potentially have transmission problems where it won't shift. Shift out of certain gears because it's like a safety thing. So you don't want to fuck around with that shit. You want to make sure that this stuff is all working and in good shape. Probably shouldn't have done that, but okay, let's pull these out. Oh, and yeah, before I started messing around with this, I disconnected the battery because there's airbags in the seat, and it's a BMW. You don't want to take any chances. So we found some stuff under the seat, like this King's Garden, the King of Weed. So interesting.
Okay, so now we're ready to pull the seats out. They're unbolted, they're disconnected from the wires. And we're gonna do this mainly not only to clean the car, get a thorough inspection, and kind of get more in there and kind of see what needs to be replaced. So they're heavy, they're expensive. Oh my God. There we go. We'll kind of place it right there. Dude, look how beat this seat is. I mean, guys, as you can see, this seat is destroyed. I don't know if this dude was 3,000 pounds. I don't know what he was doing on this seat, but it did not stand up to the test of time. This seat is basically as good as garbage. This seat would need to get completely reupholstered or replaced in the condition that it's in. And the driver one is much worse. It's really digging in my side here. Drop it. There we go. As you can see, I mean, I'm a big guy, but I've never sat in a seat and got a complete hole in it. Let's take a look at what we got over here. So we got the M seat piece. We're gonna click. Let's take a look at what we got over here. So we got the M seat piece. We're gonna clean that, clean all this. So we got some like French fries. That's McDonald's fry right there. So this piece right here ripped off, so I gotta repair that somehow. We got a New Del Mar Ray Sport Fishing, Raynell Ray Sport Fishing. So this guy was a big time fisher. We got the factory sub, that music right underneath you. Another map. This stuff's just not even... Oh, another sports fishing right there. So this guy was a big fisher. Let's start vacuuming. There's a lot of animal hair here. So I don't know if he had his... Oh, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. He must have had his like dog in the passenger seat, and that's why the seats are all ripped up. It's starting to make a lot of sense. A lot of dog hair right here. It's all starting to come together. Okay, we got our Super Sucker 3000 right here. We got about, what is that? 62 cents back. Nice. So far, well, with more coins. This is turned out to be a great investment. Additional 32 cents right there, so we're at 94 cents so far. Almost at $1 back.
I think we've got ourselves a racer
30.
here.
Okay, I'm basically shampooing this map because there's a really bad stain in it. So just getting some foam on it, scrubbing it. There you go, it's pretty much gone now. And unfortunately my vacuum isn't the strongest, but the self car wash, those vacuums are super strong. Those will pull us right out. So we got it good enough for now. The rear seats are a little dirty. I can clean that up. This has to be replaced. And I've been looking, but I can't find a white one. So as soon as the white one is for sale, I'm probably gonna buy one. Replace that. This one's in okay shape. This one could be cleaned. Door panel there's good. That door panel has some issues with it, although I think I could repair it. There's no point in replacing an entire door panel just from one spot. Steering wheel's actually in a really good shape, although I'd love a suede one. Might work on that. But overall, it's mainly the seats. If we can figure out the seats, the interior will be 9 out of 10. So I don't know if they were trying to repair some kind of crack or something. This is a much harder plastic back here, so this is just sprayed on. And I could see there's some overspray right there. So they've been repaired at some point. I'm used to cheap cars where they have a vinyl interior. This is all real leather. So we got our leather spray and just spraying it down, getting all that musty grime off of it. And you don't need to remove the seat to do this, but since we're doing it anyways, it's much easier to do it when it's out of the car. So something really important about this car is that this car has a smell unlike any other BMW, and I wish you guys could smell it, but it's got a very unique, distinct, rich leather smell. And for that very reason, I don't want to put air fresheners in there because I don't want to, get rid of that smell. But at the same time, I don't want it to smell like shit either. So it's all about finding the right smells. It's part of a huge part of having a special car is the smell, especially with classic cars. Once this is done, we can throw these seats right back in. Now for the most important mod. I'm not a big fan of the chrome.
looks good with black. On this color, I think blacked out would be better. It would match the wheels, would match the windows. So we're gonna do a little chrome delete, put the gloss black grills on. First things first, I gotta remove these. Now, this is an M6. This is the pinnacle of German engineering right here. This is a work of art. I have to be very careful when removing this, okay? I'm not an animal. That's how it's done. Now we take the new ones, put them in there, give it a good love tap. Yeah. Second one. Boom. That's how the backseat always does BMWs. Unreine Haut.
Das Thermal-Control-Serum sorgt für 61% weniger Unreinheiten.
Okay, well, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I enjoyed making it. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you guys subscribe. Rod bearings are next. That's going to come out very, very soon. They're almost here. So, a lot of fun stuff. If you haven't seen the 335i update video, that one, you're not going to want to miss out on. 600 horsepower, $1,600. Can't beat that. We did a clutch job using an aftermarket spec clutch and readapted the trans and got the car running again. This put us about 50% forward, but we still needed to attack the Achilles heel of this car, the rod bearings. The factory defective component that could easily grenade this incredibly expensive engine. So today, we're going to take care of it. And luckily, we're getting massive help from our friends over at Lang Racing Development. Today we're at Lang Racing Development to do the rod bearings on our cheap V10 M6. Now obviously the M6 is in good hands, but let's take a look at my rod bearings. While everything's disconnected, we can see the bottom of that amazing F1 derived high revving V10 engine. I know it looks like those are aftermarket headers, but no, those are the stock headers from the factory, which is part of the reason why this car sounds so good, which you'll see in a few minutes. Okay, we got two rod bearings out. You can see we have the lower one here, the upper one right here. And the upper one is showing copper already. So yeah, it's a good thing that we're getting to replacing this right now. They weren't completely collapsed yet, so that's good news. So far, no damage on the crank. Copper showing. Definitely time for replacement. Now I want to thank our friends over at ECS Tuning for sending out a complete S85 rod bearing replacement kit. This comes with everything you need and more. Fresh oil changes from yours truly, Liquid Moly. We got new engine mounts, which will come in handy later. You'll see genuine BMW bolts, ACL upgraded S85 bearings, new oil gaskets, a brand new steel braided Vanos line, and other replacement bolts and O-rings. We got everything we need to make this V10 M6 reliable and bulletproof. Now, as more bearings come out, we start to see some more wear on them. You guys have to remember that these bearings are supposed to be replaced around 60,000 miles, and we're at 109,000 miles right now, way overdue. And the reason why I never drove it much after fixing the car, I didn't want to push my luck. But now the new ones are going. The torquing process is very important. It's a long and careful process of torquing and loosening and retorquing, and you need a good torque angle wrench for this. I wouldn't dare using one of those junky torque tools you can buy at the store, which is basically what I did with building my LS. But an LS motor doesn't need to be nearly as precise as a BMW V10 engine. Okay, so the first bearings that came out looked okay, not too bad. We just got another one out. This is cylinder number 3 right here. Top bearing, cylinder number 3. It's showing some wear. So it's a good thing we've got to this soon enough. I've had this car, basically we've had it running for what, over a month now? And I'm so tempted to go drive it, but this is exactly why we've waited. Because this is a absolute necessity. Something you gotta do if you have the V8 M3 or the V10 M5 or M6. So just make sure you get this done. And if someone says that they got it done, it's not good enough. And even if they have receipts, people fake receipts all the time. So if you have a receipt, call the place that did it, verify it. Because if this goes out, we're looking at big money. Engine will blow. Once again, huge shout out to Andrew and Ken at Lang Racing for helping us out big time, because this is an essential component to that high revving V10 engine. If you have a BMW or a Mercedes or Porsche, or, a European car, and you want it serviced by good professionals, bring it here to Lang Racing. They'll take good care of you. And just like that, the rod bearing job is done, and it's time to start putting everything back together. And when we look at all the old bearings, not all of them have the same wear pattern. Also, we noticed that the top bearings usually tend to wear much more than the bottom. But some of these were ready to start giving us issues, so it's a good thing we got to it in time. Now it's time to start putting everything back together. Before putting the subframe back in, we're gonna have the engine mounts replaced. And one of them didn't seem too bad, but the other one was shot. Way too much play, so it's a good thing it's getting replaced. Time to put the fresh oil in. Gotta refill the power steering fluid. Now it's time for the first start. Wow, it sounds better than before. Okay, the rod bearings are done. Let's go take it out on the street and give it a little test drive. Holy crap, guys, this thing sounds insane. It's crazy. For so long, we saw this car just sit and on a lift and do nothing, and now it's freaking ripping up and down the street. This is only the beginning. Holy cow, you should put your foot down and like it just keeps going, and this thing revs pretty high. The only problem is it's way too quiet. I think we got a straight pipe in. Okay guys, there you have it. The M6 is fully running now. I gotta finish getting the title for it, all the inspections and all that stuff. That's too boring, so I'm not gonna show that part. But we have a running car that we can start straight piping, we can do all kinds of stuff to. Once again, special thanks to Lang Racing Development, Pinnacle Auto Repair. They helped us out big time. So if you have a BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, you want it serviced by the right people, take your car here. They know what they're doing. They build engines. They do all that cool stuff. They have BMW race cars. They know what they're doing. This build, bringing an abandoned BMW M6 that was in a scrapyard ready to be turned into a metal cube of trash, bringing it back from the dead, couldn't have been done without our sponsors, with the local minds and people who believed in this project, who saw the vision that we had, helped bring this. This is not something that me and Lenny could have done just purely on our own. This is something that's a massive group effort to really bring an amazing, beautiful, fantastic piece of German engineering back to life. And also, huge thanks to ECS Tuning, Turner Motorsports, because they hooked us up with the full rod bearing replacement kit, with the better bearings, oil change kit, the engine mount, the Vanos line, all the other bolts that you need, full kit, everything you possibly need. Make sure that your BMW could run reliably another 100,000 plus miles. So check them out. Make sure you like and subscribe. This is only the beginning for the BMW M6. We want to see it straight piped. We want to maybe see it supercharged. But most importantly, my 2025 goal is I want to get that car to 200 miles per hour. So we'll see if we can do it. Today we're building a badass V10 M6. And for all of you who are tuning in for the first time, I bought this car for $5,900 at Copart. I want to share with you something that I did the other night. I completely removed all that wrap off the top. So for those of you who know, this is a carbon fiber roof. Right now it looks terrible because I bought this car from a junkyard. Now when I bought it, it had this crusty wrap all over it. The wrap started falling apart, so I took a razor blade. It took about 3 hours, and I just pulled off every single piece. The thing has been baking in the sun for a few years. The gel coat's gone, the protective layering is gone. It needs to be completely refurbished. That we have to take care of. Let's get to modding. Okay, first mod today is some carbon fibers. We got a front lip. Not too many people sell carbon fiber for the M6 anymore. So this is from our friends over at Insta. So thanks to them for supplying this. It looks really nice. We're gonna put them on the car. Nothing adds horsepower quite like carbon fiber. We got our tape, our double-sided 3M tape all along it. So now I just gotta basically fit it perfectly. So, oh. Okay, well we basically built a GT3 car now. It looks cool, I like it.
Okay, let's hope it doesn't fall off on the freeway. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not gonna hold up. We're gonna need some help with some set screws. Oh, okay, time to add the uncharted fiber lint right here. Of course, this will make it faster. How long do you guys think I'll last until I scrape this thing right off? And it's on. Tape's holding it. But I don't think that's enough. I think it's set screw time.
Did someone say set screw?
Oh, yeah.
Stop.
Okay, quick update on the V10 M6. So I'm trying to get the paperwork done, and in the state of California, to get a car with a salvage title when you buy it from a salvage yard, you got to do three big things. You got to get a smog done, and not too bad, so I've been driving it back and forth, getting all those readiness tests done. You got to get a VIN verification, easy, take it to the DMV, and then you got to do a safety inspection. Now, it used to be just a brake light, headlight inspection, super easy. Now you've got to do this like multi-hour-long process at a specialized place who can't have any dash lights, which this is a BMW, it's going to have dash lights. So I am now stuck in limbo because I have to fix every single dash light that this car has right now. Now, in a few videos ago, we put brand new tires on and replaced the TPMS sensors. So we got rid of the tire light. Now, what we got to do is fix that ABS light. This was the expensive one that I was dreading. So let me show you what we plan to do. Okay, if you come to the driver front wheel well, and you pull the wheel off, and you pull out this inner liner, right here, we can see the ABS pump. This is a very, very mucho dinero part right here that I don't want to replace. You know, all kinds of lines that go back and forth. So what we think after we used our gear wrench scan tool, which shows you like everything about this car, we saw that the motor is bad, which is this big black thing right here. Now, once again, I'm not an expert. This was my first BMW, you know, jumping right into the M6, looking at a bunch of forums. Basically, I think this little black motor's bad. Now, the good news is that I think I can get a replacement. The problem is that piece is like $800. But luckily, I believe that it's the same part number off of, you know, like the 328i. So what I plan to do is go to the junkyard, find the 328i, and pull that piece off. If we replace it, hopefully that solves our ABS light. That would be massive. That's something that we're gonna have to take care of. Top priority. But yeah, let's get back to, you know, making this car cool. Okay, time for the next mod. An Alcantara steering wheel. So this was sent from our friends over at Awesome Front Wheel. Super nice. We got the M stitching and a little bit like a gray mark right here, which kind of matches the white interior. Actually, look, it actually matches that really well. This looks so much better. So let's swap it out. But the first thing we got to do is disconnect the battery. All right. Make sure to disconnect the battery, otherwise it has the potential to blow up in your face.
Check24 hat den 10% Hotel Osterrabatt. Jetzt zu Ostern gibt es extra 10% in der App auf all ihre Hotelbusiness. Sommer oder Weihnachten gibt es noch andere Business. Jetzt da auf Check24. Ich glaube unglaublich. Das ist der neue 24/7. Für uns als Biostick. Lieber Leber. So gut. Schau. Ich bin auf dem Blindfeld.
Disconnect. Okay, first thing is to remove the airbag. And as I pull it out, look at all that hair on it. So this thing is nasty. But this is important, this shit's expensive. You're reusing that. So now, see all kinds of shit. So first thing is that main bolt is removed. You just pull it right off like that. So I'm guessing I gotta swap over the fucking paddle shifters now. Here's the difference between both steering wheels. And honestly, the leather one isn't bad, but this is a whole lot better.
So it's nice, clean. We'll see how long it stays clean for. But yeah, these paddle shifters swapped over. You know, check YouTube on how to do that. Okay, so we switched over the paddle shifters from the old wheel. My old one was broken, but it's fine. I don't use the paddles that much anyways. I'm more of a shifter guy. So anyways, we're gonna be putting this thing right on like this. Super simple. And it just goes like right like that. Okay, we're about to plugged in. So now we just, we're good.
There you go. How's it feel?
Really nice.
You have your own GT3 kitchen.
I know, we got fiber, we got sprays, we got everything we need. Okay, next up for this car are some hood struts because the old ones are completely busted. See, when you buy a car in a junkyard, chances are you're gonna have to replace every
Dispatch, we
single
got eyes
one
on
of
that
them.
racer you red
And
flagged.
luckily we've had the help from a lot of sponsors, so I'm not in that deep on this car. But by the time we're done with this, it might have been cheaper to just buy a clean one. But you know what? Having a car that you've touched every component of, it's what makes it special. Okay, so I got two new hood struts. I just gotta start pulling them apart. There we go. Okay, so I just take a screwdriver, jam it in, pull this little tab off, and then this thing comes right out. Oh, spring thing like this instead. So I got the new one, and I'm just gonna jam it in there. There we go. Look at that. Look, I only need to replace one. I'm kidding. Let's do the next side. Oh, there we go. Hood struts are fixed. Let's test them out. Now it acts like a $100,000 car. Funny thing is, I actually bought those a long time ago, but I always forget to put them on. So, you know, better late than never, I guess. Okay, now for a mod to piss off all the purists. I've never been a fan of the blue in the BMW logo. I like the logo itself, I just don't like the blue. This, in my opinion, looks much better. And when I bought the car, it already had these things on here. Look, it's already falling out right now. They're so messed up. So we're gonna just pull those out, have new replacements. But let's start changing it. And I know this is like an eBay purchase, and it says, you know, Chang'e on the back of it. I know, I'm sure I'm gonna get flamed in the comments for it, but I don't really care. I think this looks much better, and it'll help make that 6 look a little bit better. For those of you who don't know, it's used to make airplanes, and this looks much more like an airplane, or, you know, a crosshair or something. It's this is the most Temu-like mod I've ever done on this car. It's actually nice quality, it's not that bad. Slam that in there. It looks nice. We just powder coated the for the wheels. The whole car is dirty right now, but forget that. So I even had one for the steering wheel too. So apparently Lenny hates them. He thinks they look terrible and tacky. I think it looks good. So let me know in the comments down below. Is it incredibly tacky? Did I just ruin the M6? Or is it a tasteful mod? No, unfortunately, the kit that I bought didn't include one for the rear. So I might have to just take a Sharpie right here. I don't know, maybe a Sharpie or a sticker or something. I don't know if you guys remember, but the rotors when I picked up this car was so rusty and so bad. Everyone said, you gotta change the rotors, they're bad. Sometimes all you gotta do is put a few miles on it, cleans it right up. You know, 3, 4, 5 years of sitting, who knows how long this car sat, but it sat in a junkyard for a few years. And what a nightmare those rotors used to be, but we cleaned it up. So something interesting that you guys might wanna know on restoring this car. Obviously I bought it from Copart, a scrapyard, and I had to go to the DMV and do all the paperwork and all that stuff. So when I got there, I sat at the DMV for about 5 hours, like how it normally goes. You know, painful, brutal process. And I gave them all the forms that I had from Copart. and they tried to get me to pay the registration.
Calling all units. Think we got a visual on a 2440.
For all the fucking way. No fucking way I'm paying any kind of tax registration on a car that sat in a junkyard that wasn't on public roads. And especially because it wasn't under my ownership. So of course the guy at the DMV was like, oh no, you got it, it's just the way it works, man. You just gotta do it. I said, no dude. Give me the fucking statement of facts, I'll file it. I've had these things waived before, I'll have it waived again. He told me to get back in the fucking line. So I had to get back in that line for another 3 hours, but I don't care. They wanted me to pay like $3-4 grand worth of taxes and registration, and there's no fucking way I'm gonna do that. I'll burn the DMV down before I do that. So, of course, got back in line, nightmare process, filled out the statement of facts, give it back, I get up with a new person, and now I'm working with someone who has no idea how anything works. It's like their first time at the DMV, and they're asking someone. Then there's this guy there, super cool, chill guy. He walks up and he's like, oh yeah, you can waive the fees, blah, blah, blah. Boom, fees waived. Then he said, oh, also, you don't have to pay any kind of sales tax on it because you got a dismantler's ID. And then the paper had the dismantler ID. So, luckily, I didn't pay any sales tax. I didn't pay any of the registration. All I had to pay is the current registration from now forward. And of course, you gotta pay a smog fee and a title fee. So it ended up being like around $300, which isn't bad for a $100,000 car. So just once again, hopefully my message can help one of you guys. If you ever go to the DMV, know that most of the people there have no idea what they're doing. You know, they don't care. Don't go and be an asshole. Be nice to them. That's how you're gonna get stuff done. You can catch more bees with honey than you do fish. So now, time to go drive this baby.
So, das letzte Stück. Elan GG's. Platin ist da.
flip mode. We gotta check engine light.
Just turn it off. We'll scan it right here. We'll scan it right here.
Oh no. What's going on? Okay, we got it on a charger. Lenny's scanning the codes. What are we at right now?
Guess how many check engine lights we have? Hopefully not too many. There's 29 codes right now.
Okay. That's not terrible.
Like half of the computer systems are holding. Let me just say, I think we're gonna be a new sponsors. I mean, look at these. Like, this is no joke. Dude, what is this? Oh, that's not it.
This is my F1 V10 engine. Well, let's just say that my beautiful V10 M6 is not very happy right now. We've come so far, and this is an amazing car to drive. It makes every little headache like this worth it. Trust me. You know, we've tackled almost everything so far. We changed out the oils. We did a full clutch job. We replaced a lot of seals on the transmission. We got to the rock bearings, new motor mounts. We even had some fun. New Alcantara steering wheel, carbon fiber bits, front and rear. And as soon as we decided to start driving the car like it was meant to be driven, it broke. But guess what? Not just one thing, like 5 different things broke all at once. So we're gonna go over everything that's wrong with the car. We're gonna fix some of it today. And I know this is why people are scared of this car. They say, I don't want to buy it because it constantly breaks. But trust me, it's worth it. By the time we hammer out everything wrong with this car, it should be bulletproof. And it's just an absolute blast to drive. So I want to get to working on the exhaust, which hopefully will be the next video. So let's start figuring out what's wrong with it now. Now, what I'm going to show you, what's wrong with the car right now, is very, very, very expensive. We're talking about tens of thousands of dollars in damage right now that needs to be repaired. Don't worry, we're not going to give up. We're going to fix this. I know right now it looks like it's going to be an impossible task, but we're going to figure out a way. Whether I have to find used parts on eBay or go to junkyards, which is probably what we're going to do, we will be getting parts one way or the other. We're going to make this work. First thing wrong with the car, as you saw earlier, leaky transmission fluid now. Okay, problem uno. Well, we got the transmission leaking, which is not a good thing, because we already pulled this transmission out. Now, pulling this transmission consists of removing the exhaust, removing all this heat shielding, removing the drive shaft, and then once you remove it, it's a pretty heavy transmission. There's no linkage, which makes it very easy. There's no actual linkage connected to each other. All wired connections. What makes pulling this transmission hard is that there's not really a good spot, so we use our transmission jack with pieces of wood so that it doesn't destroy the lines, but you know, you got this cooler right here, very expensive. You got the SMG pump, if this thing cracks or breaks, very expensive. There's a lot of lines that go to very important parts that if those things break, we're talking about thousands of dollars there. So pulling this transmission is kind of a really big job. You gotta do this, getting to those bell housing bolts is not very easy. Hopefully we could fix it without removing it, but I'm seeing some fluid right there. I've got fluid all here. So if it's coming from up here, we're gonna have to drop the transmission. The next thing is the suspension. Now the suspension in this car is the reason why this car drives great. I mean, it's hard to convey how nice this car drives. It's due to this very expensive suspension system, and it's leaking. So the shocks are, I mean, they're not, like, it's not like bottoming out or it's completely like sagging on the ground, but they are leaking, which means it's time for replacement, and they're about $1,000 a piece. We're looking at $4,000 just a part, genuine BMW. There's a lot of aftermarket coilovers you can do, which are much cheaper. Then you get rid of that whole EDC button, no longer become functional. I want to maintain that. Now, Bilstein sells an upgrade, which is like half the price, and you still get to have the EDC button work and have that great suspension. So that may be an avenue to go
now. It's not a like top priority like the transmission. This is something that's going to need to be addressed very soon. Okay, if you watched the last video, I kind of went over the ABS problem we're having. In order for me to get a title made here in California, I need to basically get rid of all the dash lights that we got. Now, that means I gotta fix them, unfortunately. So the ABS system, that block, is like $4,000. If there's problems with that, it's obviously very expensive. Now, luckily, using our high-quality scan tool, I was able to see that the motor is bad and is what is giving the code. So hopefully it's just the motor, that little black circle. Now that component itself for this car is about $900. But I have a suspicion, some people on the forum say yes, some people say no. I have the suspicion that as long as the serial number is the same, and I could get one off of like a 328i or 528i or 6 whatever, just another BMW around this era, I think I can just fix it on, and I think that'll work. Worst case scenario, if that doesn't work, to rebuild them. So I will be rebuilding them. If we have options, we're going to figure out how to fix them. But once again, guys, if I were to take this car to the dealership and see how much they want a car, it would be a whole other way. And that's why no one wants to buy these cars. And take it from me. I'm not a BMW expert. I mean, I've had a few BMWs. This is my first BMW I bought last year. I know very little about BMWs, but we're tackling these things because I want to show you that this car is actually designed very well. And I know people say things like these cars are super unreliable, they're great, and they're terrible. They're not. They're really not that bad. You're getting Lamborghini qualities, Ferrari qualities, in a very cheap sports car. So of course it's going to have the maintenance of a Lamborghini or Ferrari. But I believe most of this stuff, any DIYer can do it themselves. That's why I want to show you guys for this thing yourself. It's not that hard. So even though that component is $900 and the whole block is $4,000, I know that I can go to a junkyard and get that little piece for about $7. And some days at the junkyard they have half off, so it might even be less than that. So we will be able to fix this problem hopefully for sure. Okay, let's talk about the power steering. So since I got this car, it had a really loud winding power steering noise. You could say, oh, the power steering's broken, but power steering works, so it was low on fluid. But fluid winding is still there. And this actually happens in a lot of BMWs and a lot of cars. You get air in it. So you gotta bleed it. And one of the best ways to do that is to take the cap off, fill it up with fluid, leave the cap off, and then start the car, turn the steering wheel back and forth, and it'll get the air of the line. You gotta sometimes fill up some more. But we did that. And a lot of people were commenting on our earlier videos saying, oh, the power steering pump's broken, it's a huge issue. That's not true. I'm not saying this power steering pump won't break in the future, but we filled it up with fluid. I've put about 250 miles on it since then, and we got no leaks from there. So far, knock on wood. Sometimes it's simple, putting fluid in, properly bleeding it, problem solved. So you got that whole train of thought where it's, something's making noise, whatever, just replace it, spend all the money, and most M6 owners, they take it to their mechanic and just replace it. Most mechanics, they make money from selling you parts. They don't make money on the labor, they make money on selling you parts. They tell you, replace the part, replace the part. It used to be, back in the day, well, if the part's broken, fix it. And just like with our 335i, we didn't go buy a brand new $500 alternator. They don't even make the good alternators anymore, they use the regulators from China. So we had it rebuilt by an alternator guy who had the regulator from Hungary. So sometimes rebuilding it is not only cost effective, but it's better overall. So anyways, with this, we're good on that. Okay, let's look at the next thing. Okay, so as far as the motor goes, because everyone's interested in that. Well, we got multiple check engine lights. One really big one, putting us in the limp mode. The other one, which is still important, and we're going to tackle right now, the thermostat. The thermostat is not working anymore. So I bought a replacement thermostat, and while we replace this, which we're going to do that in this video, we're going to do a full coolant flush. Because this car has been sitting in a junkyard and has been clearly deprived, it's not a bad idea to just flush the coolant. We got a thermostat right here. It's an OEM one. It's pretty cool. It's kind of big. Much bigger than one in a small block Chevy. If you don't know, what the thermostat does is it controls the flow of coolant, allowing you to warm up your engine faster, and then once your engine's warm, allow enough coolant to flow through. That way, you can cool down your motor. Very important piece. You don't want this getting stuck closed. You don't want it getting stuck open, because if it's stuck open, you want to warm up your engine. And I know you guys see me rip on it. I always love the engine about before I rip on it. And people are saying we need to break in the rod bearings. You don't need to break in the rod bearings. Once the oil's up to temp, you just rip on it. Because there's no wear pattern. It's on oil. So rod bearings, you slap the new baby in, take the thing to red line. Exactly what I did. But obviously, you want to make sure that oil is up to temp. That way you don't blow up your motor. Okay, as far as the biggest problem with this engine, causing it to go into limp mode, causing it to act up, is the throttle actuators. Now, the throttle actuators are the other big thing that can go wrong with this car. Not as common on this car as it is with like the M3, but it is pretty common in M5 and M6s. They are under the fence. So we gotta pull this off because we gotta get the thermostat, which is right here, which got like a whole hose of stone steel. So it's kind of a big thing. So we're gonna replace the thermostat, throttle actuators, once again, and then we're not even talking about labor here. You need a shop to do all this stuff. It's not big money, but it is actually pretty simple to do. You can do it yourself very easily. Throttle actuators are on the way, so we just gotta wait for them. The good news is that when we clear the code, it goes away for a little bit, and you could, rip on the car a little bit, and then it comes back. So we can at least drive the car a little bit. But throttle actuators have to get done because it kind of just pops up out of nowhere once you start getting higher revs. So let's remove this manifold and work on that thermostat. Okay, pulling that thing off was a little bit harder than I thought it would be. Mainly just because this car is very beat and things are cold, temperature, hot, back. So one of these pieces broke right here, and it's a tight fix, but you have a lot of vacuum lines that go to that intake manifold. So look at it. This is beautiful. I mean, in the throttle body, this is what makes this car so special. This is what makes all pain in the ass worth it. Because where do you see this other than like a fucking F1 car of V10 independent throttle bodies? Look, here's the throttle switch right here. Look at it. Opens up and closes, give it gas. That is so cool. And it makes that amazing induction sound. It's just so special. The BMW engineers are fucking nuts. They decided to cram this engine in here. And then the fact that these parts up this dirt cheap, just phenomenal cars to drive. I'm really fucking M6 not here. And I'm glad that I'm learning because, who knows, maybe I'll find another or maybe an F5 sedan for this car. So now that that's off, we can get to the thermostat, which is in this spot right here. Look, see all these hoses right in there, right in the thermostat. So we gotta replace that. But also throttle actuators. This would be so much easier if I had the throttle actuators right now, but we're gonna replace the thermostat, put everything back, and then in a week or so, when I get the throttle actuators, we'll just swap them out. But they're right there, and they basically go to the hinge that controls that. We're gonna drain the coolant, that way when we start, disconnecting this, we're not making a big mess all over the place. Okay, the next step for this process is to get all of that gross oil coolant out of the car. Now, there are two drainage spots on this radiator. One is a lot higher. You don't flush out all the radiator, but because this car sat in the fuel so long, it's a good idea to just do a coolant flush. We're already taking out a bit, so there's a little knob right here. I'm gonna use my rusty channel locks. Should start seeing some fluid dribble out of here. There we go. A bunch of blue Gatorade. All things considered, it actually looks fairly clean. Okay, so now that all the blue Gatorade is drained out of the car, this is our thermostat housing. There's like 3 bolts. We already removed the coolant. It should be like a freaking breeze. Just hope I don't break any of these really expensive radiator lines. For the YouTube video I watched, just slowly pry these out. Okay, so I got both of the big hoses disconnected. The bolts are up. Now it's just a matter of finagling this thing out of this tight little area. And there we go. That is, oopsies. That is the thermostat, the old one. Look at this housing. 2 upper radiator hoses in this car and 2 lower radiator hoses. And this just has to pop out somehow. Okay, removing the old thermostat was really hard because it was like baked in there. It did not want to come out. But with a little bit of persuasion, it came out. You got the new one, put that right in there. Just kind of hammer it in a little bit. And my bandage is cool. I hope it didn't fly into the engine bay.
Okay, so now the coolant is in. We have an image, make sure it goes in everywhere. We're gonna leave the manifold off. I don't know if you're allowed to do that, but fuck it, we're doing it anyways. And I'm sure these things will sound cool, so fucking find out. Okay, so apparently you can't run it without it. I've seen people do it before. Maybe it's one of the vacuum takes from a bunch of lines. I don't know. We'll just go ahead and put the manifold back on.
Was deine Zähne einzigartig macht, macht sie auch schwer zu reinigen. Ein abgenutzter Bürstenkopf macht die Reinigung noch schwieriger und hinterlässt Millionen Plaquebakterien. Ein neuer Oral-B-Bürstenkopf dagegen erregt auf die Zahnzwischenräume und stellt so 100% Putzkraft wieder her. Also prüfen, wechseln und mit Oral-B dein perfektes Sauber zurückgewinnen.
Only can to make it all this way. Only you.
So we didn't diagnose the leak because I had no stick in the car and just how let the car run. And I was down
Dispatch,
there
we're pursuing
with
suspects.
a horoscope, a little wire with a camera on it with a little screen. And basically I figured out it's kind of hard to tell it. This right here is a manhole. So that manhole
Interceptors begun the chase.
while it's running. So I'm freaking this down out off. That's no, that is supposed to be
NWD has arrived on the scene, dispatch.
with this leak, there's like a 90% chance to drop this transmission. Even if you have a little stop, you have the heat shield, the drive shaft, and you don't need so much.
Control is engaging.
But, so, this is completely
Interceptor joining in on the chase.
We're here joining in on the chase to end this one.
Interceptor here, hunt down the suspect too.
Patrol here, our vehicle is a mess. Hey, all patrol here, we're good to engage.
Not let it fall out.
These racers don't give a damn about people out here, dispatch.
Think I can take out their side rear? Next time I try that move, tell me not to bother.
Interceptor is here to get in on the action.
Idiot alert! Suspect crashed!
Interceptor is in motion.
Why do they keep slamming into each other? Dispatch, Interceptor has joined the chase.
7 months, I hammered out a lot of things. Now, it's time to
We're getting in on the action too.
awesome this car.
Now, stock, it sounds pretty good. And you guys know that. But today we're taking it to the next level. Okay, we've got all the stainless pipes we need. We got 2 X pipes. We'll be building a custom double X pipe for this car. Our buddies at Valvetronic sent us out 2 valve muffler systems. We have all the whole wires and whole system to make it work. We'll be installing that once this is in. These are great because there's a valve right here. So when you touch a button, you have that refined, quiet sound. When you open up that valve, boom, it's loud. That fine sound, it should sound that water is well. I use these in my 17 pulsing KT.
Watch it!
That's why you see something good. Awesome music. Really excited. So, let's get started. On hand is amazing, and once again, welcome to the Backspeed family, G-Technic. The links for both of these companies will be in the description of every video, so make sure you give them love, tell them that we sent you. Most importantly, they believe in the project and they believe in the videos that we make and want to help us help make awesome content. These are the big ass mufflers, really restricting that beautiful sound that comes out of the car. We'll be replacing the mufflers with the Valvetronic ones. We're going to have to reuse these hangers. Make sure we put them off precisely exactly where they need to be. So we're reuse these hangers. And it comes down right here, and this is greasy. I'm pretty sure it looks like there was some kind of resonator there or something, and it's pretty well. Someone did something already. You got this little spot right here.
Got ourselves a racer out here.
I don't know if that's just connecting the 2 pipes or if that's actually 80 pipe. We've got some hangers there. We've got the little resonator right here. And then it goes right back. These connect to the headers. But this part comes with factory headers. This is what they look like. They're beautiful. And that's what helps give it such an amazing sound. They do have cats on them, but they're actually really free-flowing cats. You really don't have anything to gain by swapping out the headers. Doesn't mean we won't one day, but for now we won't because those headers sound amazing. They totally restrict power. So we're focusing on the header back to help really refine that sound. Step number 1 is to design the perfect double X pipe. It's kind of like a double helix, they call it. We got variable to work with right here, so we have to be creative in how we can get this fed. Something like that. So I want to reuse hangers. Now those bumpers are good. Now it's time to cut off whatever this is to make the double X pipe. Let's get you. It's smoking too. This is a straight pipe right here for this F1 engine.
Now, we gotta put this back on the car. Okay, so Lenny cut off the tips for both of our X pipes, and we're building a double helix. Now, the double helix will help give it that exotic F1 sound that you want. Unfortunately, they didn't really sell one. There were some double helix, but they're very expensive. These are both, high quality. I bought them on Amazon, just regular generic X pipes. We're gonna build our own because it's much, much cheaper, and also this is gonna fit better. What we're dealing with right now is a massive problem in spacing. We have a tight little space, and one X pipe would have worked great, but we gotta do the double. So that's why we're building it ourselves. And like any kind of exhaust work is put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off. Just keep checking, making sure that everything's perfect. Okay, the double helix is in. Now, I could make two pieces of metal stick together, but it's not going to come out pretty. But I can make it happen. So that's exactly what we've got going on right here. Lenny polished up the original pipe right here that we have cut, because it's like fitted perfectly. Get that right there. Gotta weld this on real quick. This is going to be old custom to the new mufflers, because the new mufflers are like a third of the size of the old ones. So we need to waste them as well. This is going to make it sound really special. Now, we still have the existing H-pipe right here. The H-pipe right here serves two purposes. One, it's part of the mount system right here, which helps keep everything straight. At the same time, H-pipes are good because they work as like a scavenger. So the lower RPMs to keep the exhaust gas tanks back. thing is that it's this can be recalled. All you gotta do is just spend some time. This can be shown eventually, but for now, polish this right here really well. So we got our H pipe right here, factory H pipe. This is important. Like I said before, with the scavenging of the exhaust gases. Then we go to our double X pipe custom. I don't think anyone's done a double X pipe on a V10 M6, at least that I don't know of. So this should make it sound very exotic. And then we go right back here to our Valvetronic mufflers. So thanks again to them for sending these out. These are great because you have the power of a muffler and a straight pipe at the same time. The button, which you'll see very soon, press that button, boom, it goes straight pipe. Press it again, boom, quiet. So we get the best of both worlds. So it's perfect. It's quality.
Junge, so ein Hurensohn, deswegen hasst schon einen.
depreciate over 20 years, that I would somehow get my hands on it and want to straight pipe it with a Valvetronic design. And that's exactly why they designed this little strap straight from the factory. So, anyways, everything's connected now with this little button, this nice little metal piece that they give you. Basically, I just press this, and boom, opens up. Then when I close it, and it closes really fast. So, super simple, awesome design. Time to hear how it sounds. It sounds amazing. And I know it was far, incredibly neglected for so many years, and a little story that some things $6,000. So an entire carbon plenum that goes with a carbon airbox, I think that would be cool. Next thing up too is this atrocious right here. I mean, part of the reason I bought this car, I think this paint is so big. Paint is so much. Paint super expensive. The biggest athletic quality And then, of course, the extortion seats, that has to be done. The good news is these seats are very comfy. Whether I get these really cheaper or I can find great seats. You know, we've come a very long way in this car, and I'm pretty happy with what we did so far. Another complication is support value. Let me know in the comments down below if that's something you're interested in. I know a manual swap, trust me, I want to do a manual swap, but I just don't have the clutch in, and that's a fun experience, so. Either way, thank you for watching. Make sure you smash the like button. Make sure you subscribe. From the junkyard, completely totaled, completely salvaged. Everything was pretty much broken. Of course, knowing me, I dove headfirst into my first BMW, and out of all the ones to pick, I picked the V10 M6, the one that scares mechanics shitless because of all the problems it has. Now, I know it's been a year, and we've accomplished so much. We've fixed so many things from the rod bearings to the clutch to the thermostat to miscellaneous things here and there. But the main thing plaguing this car is that $4,000 ABS control unit right here. And just calling around, turns out this job would have been much, much more expensive than I thought. Hi, I have a 2007 BMW M6 and I'm looking for the ABS control module. Yeah. Yeah.
I do not have it in stock, and we have two local in the warehouse. We can get it in the next 2 days. $1,100.
$5,000?
Yeah.
Okay guys, you have to understand that I need this ABS unit fixed because in order for me to get a title and registration from the state of California, get the salvage title, get all the bullshit, I have to pass the California safety inspection. In order to do that, I need to have no dash lights, no check engine lights, no ABS lights, so that's why we're just predicting right now. And right now, it's $5,000 just for the part itself. Now, the ABS control unit is right in here. Now, I know it sounds scary. I know it seems impossible. But I think getting a little creative, maybe utilize a $10 junkyard part to solve our problem. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a little bit of work. But that's what the journey is all about. So let's get on it. On a quick side note, you guys know this apartment was completely destroyed. Well, I put some free time and I sanded it off right here, I taped it off, and I just hit it with some 2K clear, and look how much better that looks. This isn't perfect, but it looks a whole lot better. And that was just a test, so I'll be making a separate video going much more in detail on bringing this apartment roof back to life, because I know a lot of people have this problem. And what we're essentially going to do is sand it down, epoxy it, and then clear it. And hopefully getting this thing all shiny brand new, because apartment roofs are badass. So why not make it look nice? Here we go, that's the junkyard. You gotta find ABS components in this, maybe like 5 or 6 series here. Plenty of them around, P60s here. Plenty of everything here. So let's go find one and pull it out. Back when we had come out here and pull the steering wheels off the Mustang, the other ones sell for $150 off for $12 to $60. Great side hustle. Made a little bit of extra cash. Up with my project cars.
Smoking hot metal posters, jazzy vibes. This curated collection of licensed designs.
Oh, yeah.
Right here. There we go. So we're getting into the first. Turn these off. Pull it out. Actually, we have a much better condition right here. Actually, the other one, all wires are already, so this one. Take a look at the keys. Make you think. Nice welcome. All night. Jesus Christ. My homemade little thing. Salvage parts make them different. Any interior pieces we need? Not too bad. Interior check. Okay, to get to the ABS right back here. We're gonna take the wheel off. Okay, the next step is pull this out. Brake. Perfect. Over here. Yeah. We have access to some good stuff. Okay, so ABS is out of the car. This thing is super expensive. You don't want to break any components on it. And you can see our plug, all the brake lines, big kind of mess pulling it out, but it's going to be into the brake fluid flush anyways. Now this is the one that we pulled out of the junkyard, and basically we're going to be screwing the parts out of this to utilize for this. So instead of spending like over $1,000 for a brand new car, we're going to fix the problem for about $10. And that's by reutilizing these components. So I pulled this one out. This is on an E60 5 Series. So you can see right here, when I just start pulling this stuff apart, that thing right there. So I'm not an expert on all this. What this is some kind of electric motor. Now, the problem is the ABS doesn't work. The electric motor in this stopped working, and it has to do with these little brushes. So pulling this out of a used one presents a problem. This could be busted. This might not work. And all this time is wasted. But we're going to have to pull that out anyways. And $10 front. Now the brushes look pretty good right here. I'm going to hope that they work. We're going to test to make sure the brushes actually work. We've got a positive and negative, a little battery pack. And we're going to test it. And there you go. What that means is that it's working like I expected. So if you utilize those brushes for them, there we go. So I'm guessing that it's worked up. Now Lenny's going to test to see if we can remove some electricity. Nothing. Nothing at all. So that's how we know it's actually seeing. Fix it. Fingers crossed. This magnet and this super corroded. You can't tell already. The other one did not look like this at all. It is super corroded. And then these little wire brushes right here, you're supposed to be able to move it back. It's completely stuck, which is good news. This is, I mean, it's kind of bad news also because I don't know if we're going to be able to fix this. So that's a big problem. So we're going to have to remove this bearing. I already bought a new bearing, so we're good. We'll remove this bearing and then see if we can free up these copper brushes. If not, you know, we have replacements. We can pull out of this one. Hopefully that fixes it. The motor goes right here. Pull the bearing out, it comes out. This is where the problem lies right here. You see these little brushes? Well, they're getting stuck. It's so damn corroded that it doesn't work. They're supposed to freely bounce right back. So I gotta push, get them to come back out. It shouldn't be like that. It should automatically go on its own. So we're gonna replace these brushes, utilizing the other components. Hopefully it all fits and hopefully it works. So after salvaging these brushes out of a working motor, I was able to get them to fit into the M6 ABS motor, and I soldered them up, but hey, it's working now. Everything is put back together, so moment of truth, this is actually going to work. We're about to find out. Negative in there, and okay, shock. There we go. So it didn't do that before, it does that now. We should be good to go. So I'm gonna basically put this back on. We gotta reseal it, of course. We gotta put this thing back in the car, reconnect all of the lines, then we gotta bleed the brakes, which, you know, it's a good thing to do brake fluid anyways. You're supposed to change your brake fluid every 2 years. Nobody does, but you're supposed to, especially in a high performance supercar like this. So we're gonna do that real quick. Then we can start the car and see if we still have that ABS light. What we're going to have to do is either use our little gear wrench tablet to initiate the ABS system, or you can do it the old-fashioned way, go out on the street, slam on the brakes, try to get the ABS to lock up. Unfortunately, it's raining outside, and I'm not trying to, you know, slide the car into a wall, so we might just do it with the tablet, but we'll see.
Because we had to literally destroy the aluminum tabs to remove the motor, of course it couldn't be just held on by bolts like every other BMW ABS motor. We had to repin the tad-bit aluminum left, but then just for safety I used a big glob of JB weld, not only to help hold it on, but also to seal it up so it doesn't corrode again. Okay, so we assembled the whole ABS unit, pump and everything back, line connected. What we gotta do now is have brake fluid and bleed it. Most fun job of any car head. So this is what we're gonna do. Obviously, it's BMW had to remove all the plastic just to get to the master cylinder. Pop the cap right off. And, yep, it's pretty empty. So, fill it up with brake fluid. We're starting one cylinder. Work our way up. Hopefully, it's too much of a bench. Unfortunately, the calipers and leader valves were so corroded, I was worried I was going to snap them off, but luckily I was able to get them loose with some W40, and after a few rounds of bleeding, we should be all good to go. Okay, everything's put back together, all the wheels are bled, fresh brake fluid. Did our little trick work, or was it a huge, massive waste of time? Well, that's what we're about to find out. So of course we pull up all the codes.
Public enemy number 1 in our sights, dispatch.
All units, be advised we're turning up the heat on this driver.
Need some backup. Perp on the rampage here. Interceptor, here and engaging.
My suspension has taken a beating.
Driver's hitting traffic out here, dispatch. Don't mess with the bull or you'll get the horn.
Oh, we got ourselves a runner.
You won't get away. Close. Too close. We get him next time.
I can feel this chase coming to an end real soon. Why are we giving them the chance to escape?
I'll have them at the precinct real soon. Can't let them get away from us again. AWD is on the scene.
Yeah, we can go off-road too, asshole.
Dispatch, this is AWD. We're joining the pursuit of the suspect.
Man, am I glad this thing is tuned for off-road. Yeah, we can go off-road too, asshole.
Fucking slamming into traffic! Got ourselves a shit driver alert. This arrest is happening soon. We keep giving them chances to escape.
What is this dope?
All units, more backup on the way.
Control, AWD's join the pursuit. AWD has arrived, dispatch.
that down fast.
Control, AWD's running the pursuit. This arrest is happening very soon, y'all. I will not let them get away again. AWD has now joined the pursuit, dispatch.
Off-road time. I have this idiot on the road, dispatch.
Roll on the scene. Listen. We can't continue.
I'm on this jerk's tail. All right, everybody, you can relax now because AWD is here. Dispatch patrol is on the scene and ready to help rid the streets of this punk.
All units, NFS is here to take this creep out.
Do whatever you have to. Stop that driver.
Yeah, we can go off-road too, asshole.
All units, patrol is on the scene. We'll have this wrapped up soon. This bust is going on the wall back at the precinct. Woo! There's a perp in the air here, people!
Holy hell, we are not built for
warpath's much longer, less venom.
Relax, all. AWP is here. We got closed down.
I'm going after the scope too, dispatch. Suspect's getting knocked around like a pinball out here.
Don't let that perp get away.
I need a side rear this bonehead. That 2440 took us out. Perps hitting traffic.
Roadblock should take this perp out of the game.
Interceptor ready to nail this moron to the wall, team.
This bus is going on the wall back at the precinct. Woo! This clown can't drive.
Perp vanished on me, team. Anybody got a visual?
That perp just vanished in Yams Park.
Let's track this punk down. Look around. Find this fool. Reckless driver ditched us, dispatch. Pursuit is over.
Got eyes on that red flag driver.
dispatch. Looks like we have ourselves a racer here.
All units, suspect continues to evade capture.
Suspect putting lives at risk here. Need some help. Off-road? Whatever you do, we can do better, asshole.
Be advised, suspect entering Underwood Gardens. Do whatever you have to. Stop that driver.
Oh, there's no way in hell I'm letting this one get away from me. Come on! What is up with this scumbag? What a shitty driver. They really suck. You won't get away from me, punk! Dispatch, this is Interceptor. We're first on the scene. Keep hunting this knucklehead.
All units be advised. Burke has entered Underwood Gardens.
to cover on the scene, team. Undercover here. Our vehicle's beat up real bad. Suspect hit traffic.
Do whatever you have to. Stop that driver.
Intercept the hitter. Hunt down the suspect, too. Team, let us know what we can do.
Be advised, suspect entering North Oaks.
Interceptor, ready to engage.
Sound the moron alert, because we got one.
Whoa, this pursuit is getting interesting. Suspect is hitting everyone out here.
Don't let that perk get away!
undercover here to have fun. Interceptor has been shut down by the perp. Going after this perp too, team. Guess we're taking the scenic route.
Roadblock up ahead should stop this perp.
Air support on the scene.
Be advised, suspect entering North Oaks.
Heavy has eyes on the suspect and is engaging.
Chopper here. Can't see that target anymore. Elliot, nice to turn.
Herb can't drive for shit!
Dispatch, interceptor chasing down the suspect too. We won't last much longer.
All units, we have a visual on the perp entering Palemore.
Chopper on the scene, dispatch.
All units, I couldn't slow him down.
I need to get in front, make them heavy side on.
Heavy here to kick ass and take names, people.
We got the perp back in the site.
I don't think we can keep this up.
Spike strip up ahead should take this perp out.
I lost that suspect again, team. Sorry. Circling for another view.
I feel like crap saying this, but it looks like we're out.
We're off to refuel. Back ASAP.
Find this douchebag. Search everywhere and find this asshole! Suspect got away. Call it off. 440 right in front of me.
Junge, er könnte überall hinfahren, aber er fährt gegen mich, Alter.
advised for turning up the heat on this driver.
Need some help with the dangerous driver.
That perp is in a Chevrolet. This scumbag's trying to kill someone out here.
I'll have him in cuffs real soon. Patrol ready to take this perp down, dispatch. Suspect's vehicle is junkyard ready. Should've quit while you were ahead. I'll get you soon, asshole. Now, there's no way they're getting away again. This arrest is happening soon. Burp's taking this chase off-road. We're taking the scenic route, dispatch.
AWD going after him. Going down soon, punk. Dispatch, patrol is leading this chase. You won't get away from me, punk.
We do that too, punk.
This is dispatch. We're sending more units out there. All units, this is dispatch. Roadblock deployed.
Interceptor here. Don't get in our way.
Keep up this punk's tail.
Sorry, y'all. We're out of this one for now. Looks like we're taking the scenic route, dispatch. Suspect is hitting everyone out here.
pursuit.
Dispatch, AWD has joined the pursuit. I'm getting really pissed off now. I'll have the cuffs on this one soon.
This scumbag is out of control.
Bringing this one to the precinct real quick. We gave them another chance to escape. Creep's wheels are focused. I'll have this one in jail real quick. Shithead racers not getting away with this.
After them, don't let him get away again. Control, this is Patrol. We're joining the pursuit.
Butthead racer going down very soon.
They're going again. Damn it.
Be advised, more units are on the way.
Hub City traffic control.
We're taking the scenic route, dispatch.
Slammer's ready and waiting for you. Okay, let's put this piece of shit down. Oh, I'm making it personal now. This gearhead's taking us out, dispatch. Suspect just grew some freaking wings. Get the junker heads up. This was gonna be over soon.
Dispatch, interceptor is on the scene.
one down.
Interceptor's here to help take this goon down.
Patrol no longer in pursuit of the perp. Perp keeps slamming into traffic. We're close to taking him down.
Dispatch AWD has joined the chase.
Perp keeps hitting everything they see.
Suspect bumped in traffic.
Do whatever needs to be done to stop that perp.
Chase is getting bumpy.
Our vehicle ain't built for this shit, dispatch.
Did we lose him? Tell me we didn't just lose him.
That perp just vanished in Yams Park.
Search the area and find this fuck.
In pursuit of that 2440 dispatch.
Junge, der dumme Hurensohn, was kommt der zu mir?
Undercover here, dispatch.
Was kommt der zu mir?
Yams Park.
Looks like we're taking the scenic route, dispatch.
We're gonna have to bail from this pursuit soon.
Spike strip up ahead should stop him.
Control, this is Interceptor. We're going after this one too. I don't think we can keep up with this lunatic.
And off they go.
Suspect last seen entering Griffith Parklands.
I don't think we can keep on this perp for much longer.
2440 got away.
Everyone converge on Griffith Parklands. We just lost the suspect there.
Sweep the district. Find this asshole. Suspect lost. Terminating pursuit.
units. We have a 2440 in front of us. ourselves a racer here.
Dispatch, you got eyes on that racer you red flagged?